It's fairly dusty.
We're going snooker loopy here on BBC Two. The intense rivalry between Steve Davis and Alex Higgins plays out later in the Rack Pack. Before that, with Selby and Fu locked at 12 each, we could be in for a long night at the Crucible.
Good evening. It's been a record-breaking, history-making day already here in Sheffield, because earlier this afternoon, Ding Junhui became the first Asian player ever to go through to the final of the Betfred World Championship. He will get a chance to play for this trophy tomorrow, and it was a superlative performance from the Chinese player. He became the first player ever to make 7 centuries in a single match here at the Crucible Theatre, to beat a very gallant Scot, Alan McManus. And you never know, we might be in for an all-Asian final, because Hong Kong's Marco Fu is stuck like glue right now to world number 1 Mark Selby going into the deciding session of their semi-final. It has, in effect, become a best of 9. With the match all square, both players were looking for an early advantage this morning, and it was Selby who got it. He won a safety battle in the first of the morning and then produced a break of 125 to open up a 2-frame lead. But Fu has shown his resilience throughout this match. He pinched a tight 19th frame on the black to bring it all back to a single-frame deficit, and then rattled in a century to make it 10-all at the mid-session break. After the interval, Fu had a golden chance to make it 3 frames in a row, but that missed green let Selby in to pinch it.
18 the frame, Mark Selby.
But back came Fu yet again. Breaks of 71 and 77 saw the match swing once more. The man from Hong Kong now led 12-11 with 1 more to play. And it was incredibly tense, this last of the session. A safety battle began on the colours that eventually saw a Crucible record 76-minute frame. But more importantly for Selby, it saw him gain the advantage and head into tonight's showdown. All square, 12 frames each.
Fascinating encounter indeed, and I think Mark Selby would have been favourite coming to this match, but it's not clear-cut now. He's looked a bit shaky.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see if he can find that extra gear that you would expect from a world number 1 tonight, the final session to get into the final.
Nobody's really grabbed this particular match by the scruff of the neck, have they?
No, and Marco Fu's not been able to play the sort of free-flowing snooker he played in the quarter-final. He's sort of had that game sort of strangled out of him, as it were. It's been very tough match snooker and very hard to call tonight.
We're supposed to be the experts. What scenarios could you possibly see happening tonight?
I think more of the same. I don't think Mark's playing well enough to go up that gear, and tonight could be the biggest test of Marco Fu's bottle in his whole career, because Mark Selby's got history of coming through these matches.
Do you think the fact that Mark Selby's been to the final, Marco Fu hasn't, is going to play any part if it gets really close at the end?
I think it will play a big part.
OK, well, players are already backstage, so over to Rob Walker, our MC.
Thanks, Steve. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the very last session of snooker ahead of tomorrow's Betfred World Championship final. Who will be joining Ding in the Sports Ultimate Showdown? It couldn't be closer, and tonight this famous old arena is ready to rock and roll once more. Please welcome a player emerging for one of the most important nights of his career so far. He is 5 frames away from a first appearance in a World Championship final. He has shown huge composure under pressure to stay right in this match. He will be ready to raise his game once again on the Sports Ultimate stage. From Hong Kong, please welcome Marco Fu! And his opponent, a player whose temperament is tailor-made for these massive sessions of snooker. Can he find the 5 frames needed to make it through to a 3rd World Championship final? He knows he is good enough to win this again. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the world #1, the jester from Leicester. He's Mark Selby!
Well, it's been a long, hard, at times error-strewn, edgy match so far, and no wonder with so much at stake. Marco Fu has waited 10 years for another chance to win a semi-final. Mark Selby has his eyes on the 3rd final of his career, and like Selby, Dennis Taylor and John Parrott both know what it takes to get there and to win. They're in tandem tonight in the commentary box. Good evening.
A very good evening, Hazel, and a very good evening, everyone.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Frame 25, Mark Selby to break.
So it's a very focused Mark Selby who gets this first frame of this session underway. I'm just looking at him, John, as he was introduced. He really looked up for it, didn't he?
He did indeed, Dennis. I think he's probably glad he's still in this match the way it is. He's not played anything like he's capable of. He is the world #1 after all. And I think he got away with a few this morning. Marco Fu should really have pressed ahead. He was playing slightly better of the two. Both players, in fairness, Dennis, neither of them have hit top form, but that can happen. You know, it's a long old haul, 17 days at the Crucible. You're not going to play well in every session. And when you get 2 players whose styles match up and who can both play excellent safety, sometimes you can end up with frames that take, well, over an hour, but maybe not 76 minutes.
Yeah, that was a record for the longest frame ever played. Looks a little bit tired, though. He may be focused, but it does drain you mentally when you get to this stage. And that's a pretty good shot from Marco there. Never looks any different, Marco Fu. His temperament is superb. He could be 5-0 down, he could be 5-0 in front, and his expression always stays the same.
I think Steve used a very good word there before when he was doing the introduction here at this wonderful Crucible Theatre. The word grasp, because I think someone's grasped the nettle tonight. They're going to win this match. Just needs one player just to step up a couple of gears. And if they do, they'll be the victor.
Just a little bit short with the cue ball there, but the black's tied up, as you can see. Otherwise, Marco would contemplate taking the red into the right corner. If there's a slight angle, he still might take it and play up for the blue or balk colour. So this is an early test. Maybe he's just playing the safety shot here. I'm just looking the way he's cueing. Maybe he is. No, he's gone for the pot, and it's a cracker.
Yeah, great cueing that, wasn't it? That's as safe as anywhere, Dennis. One.
Yeah, if you put the ball in the pocket, definitely in the safest place. That was a terrific opener and a great confidence booster. Now if that bounces, oh, it was a bit unlucky. He was looking for an angle on the red to the left of the black in such a way that he could have potted it and flicked the other red away, but as you can see, just a safety shot available to him.
Marco Fu, 3.
Yeah, disappointed not to get position, but played that safety very well. I knew the cue ball would be going close to the middle when he played that. It looks like he's blocked off the right-hand side.
Please make sure your phones are turned off.
Always annoying when you catch a balk colour when you're playing the safety shot. Stops the white from going near the cushion, but there's nothing inviting for Marco here. There's a couple of reds that'll pot, the black still tied up. There's an easy safety shot, John, back down behind the brown off the one on the right, do you think?
Yeah, well, if you take the one on the right and or one of those and you leave the cue ball on the other side of the table, you should block those off. I'm surprised he's not taking the outside one. Because if he had played the outside one and left the cue ball down there, Mark couldn't play the shot he's about to play now. He's got that as a safety. I'm not surprised he took that
one. Much too thin. Once again, a couple of pots. There's a long straight red. If he took it, it'd be on the pink. There's another red to the right of that, but he's taking this one. This could get him right in amongst them. Well played.
One.
Just looking to see if the pink spot's occupied as we show you this very good long pot. Not sure if the pink's going to be tied up. I think Brendan Moore will have to get the marker out and just check if the pink will go on its own spot. It will be tied up, I think, if it is replaced there. We'll find out shortly. If it doesn't, it would have to go on the brown spot. But looks as if there's plenty of room there. Well, I say plenty of room.
7.
But that's it out of the game now.
Yeah, the way these balls are, the two reds that are just above the black spot, the one on the left-hand side is the key ball, really. You can get rid of the one to the left of the black, which pots in the top left-hand pocket as we look. That will open everything up, but of course that's got to come a little bit later. And I think he'd like to have the pink again, Dennis, wouldn't he? Wasn't the best positional shot there.
Eight.
Tried a little sneaky cannon there, didn't he? He needed to get that one right. It was always difficult, that.
Yeah, he had no other shot off, and he thought, I'll just try and develop the pink, but it was never going to be easy.
Marco Fu, 8.
Yeah, he'd be a little bit disappointed there, Marco, because once he potted that initial red, the shot on the pink, as I say, wasn't very good. It wasn't the worst chance. Okay, there was a little bit of difficulty there, but I thought he might have got a bit more than 8.
Yeah, at first glance, there's no easy path back down the table for safety. Just going to leave the white somewhere near the jaws, if he could. One of the best tactical players in the game, as well as one of the best break builders. Of course, he's up against Marco Fu, who, without a shadow of a doubt, is right up there in the break building department. Well over 400 centuries now. There's the highest break. 135, 125.
Love to have covered the red that's just above the pink spot there, because Mark can actually play a shot off that one. Nearly had him lined up with yellow and blue. Well, Mark's having a look at the one in the middle pocket. Oh, he's changed his mind. That's the red I was on about, the one that's there. You can play a safety off that. If the yellow and blue had lined it up, he'd have been in a lot more trouble.
I think he's just about okay. That red still doesn't cut into the middle pocket. Well, maybe it does from where the cue ball's finished. It's a thin one. Oh, it was a comfortable cut in, because he didn't hit it all that thin and still nearly potted it. So another chance for the world number one.
One.
I think there's 2 or 3 reds available into the left corner, so if he pots the green screws anywhere up past the pink, he's got a choice of reds. The one to the left of the pink would be ideal.
Yeah, if he's finished on that one, Dennis, and plays a little stunt, leaves the
4.
pink in the other corner, he'll open the red out. So just looking to see whether he's got that angle just to stun and force the red that's above, the one he's about to take. If not, he'll screw out. Well, he could do. Just
5.
enough angle just to pot the red and flick the red, but didn't move it away really.
Yeah, being over 6 foot tall was a big help there to stretch over that red there.
Yeah, so that initial positional shot from green down to that loose red has turned this into a very good chance. Didn't look too promising a few shots ago, but the pink now
12.
pots. And if Mark Selby's going to go on to win this match, it's definitely what he's got to do and improve this evening is scoring. We know he competes, he always does. When he's at his absolute best, it's when he becomes a scoring machine as well.
He didn't quite get that one as he intended.
18.
He's having to play another little cannon here, I think, to get on the pink. He might be able to. No, he can't avoid the other red, so still okay.
90.
And it's noticeable that Mark is not moving around as much on the shot as he used to do. It was a little mannerism he had for many years where he was swaying around. It was noticeable, but he's obviously
25.
been working on that.
Yeah, just lost the cue ball slightly. You can see what number of points he needs to get to make the frame safe. So just losing that cue ball slightly has made his positional shot more difficult. As the natural angle from potting this red, he'd cannon the other one. Difficult to get out as well, Dennis, isn't it?
Yeah, there's just a gap there that he might be able to get through and just slip past the red and pink. There's not much of a gap though. See where he's looking at there? He wouldn't want the cue ball to finish at the end of the line, but that's the sort of gap that he might be able to find and get up towards the blue. Oh, where's the cue ball? It's close to the middle. It's very close to the middle. It's in the middle.
Foul.
He
Mark
found
Selby,
the gap,
25.
but forgot the middle pocket was there.
4.
Yeah. Always going to be a problem, wasn't it? Trying to avoid the cannon on the red and pink. Because the cue ball was always likely to go in that direction. A little bit of side on to widen the angle. And then it went.
One consolation, he hasn't left anything easy for Marco. Trying to set this up to give himself a slight angle. He plays this shot so well, but they are difficult. Yeah, he overdone it. And once he cannoned the other red, he could have left something a little bit easier than this for Mark Selby. But that was a tough red he was attempting there. You could see him setting it to leave himself a slight angle. Just overdone it.
Yeah, the players spend many, many hours practicing those sorts of shots, but you can't practice them in your club and be the same as the Crucible Theatre, Dennis, can you? A lot more pressure out there.
And there is that wonderful Crucible Theatre as we zoom in on the table. Lots of room around the table when you get to the semi-final stages. All quiet. And quiet for the people watching at home. No applause from the other table. He has played a few poor safeties, it has to be said, in this match, John.
He's played 2 or 3 already in this frame. Not like him at all. Usually very adept at hiding the cue ball. And Marco is getting chances. Just got to start taking a couple of them. Well, played that with a lot of check side there. And because he did that, he missed the pot by quite a way. And he's been fortunate again. When you play that sort of shot with that much side, Dennis, it just makes the pot so much more difficult.
Yeah, throws the white offline. You've got to allow for it when you play it with side. Especially on these very fine cloths. I think he can just get past the pink to snick this red, but the only problem with that, he's going to send the red towards the right corner pocket. He can get the white around the table towards the green. But in fact, he might even go close to cutting this red in. Oh, he's hit it too thin. The cue ball's closest. Oh, he hasn't got away with it. I thought it had wobbled and gone behind the green. And it's not dead straight, so Mark can get onto pink or blue here.
One.
Yeah, so just a little worrying for Marco that he's played a couple of shots tonight where they were sort of been like 2-in-1 shots where, like so that one he was trying to play in the corner and he didn't maybe get the snooker, didn't happen. And of course the red he played before where he played a lot of check side on it. It's as if I'd be pretty sure that the red that he missed before, Stephen Hendry would have been all out just potting it, making sure it went in the pocket. Wouldn't have been worrying about the check side. Maybe sometimes you just have to do that.
He's cannoned the wrong ball.
7.
He thought he was going to be perfect on the black. And he got down. Just have a look at this. Didn't anticipate cannoning into the first red.
It's a touching ball, Mark.
Yes, touching, which is a big advantage because it wasn't going to be easy to play a good safety shot. And all of a sudden, Brendan Moore declared touching ball, so he can play away from this black. Good old Sheffield boy, Brendan Moore. So you've got to nominate when you're touching, so he has nominated the black.
Thank you. Mark Selby, 7.
Yeah, this frame's sort of taking shape like the rest of them that was played this morning, where both players just can't get going in the potting or break building department, not with what we're used to. It's like another hard-fought frame.
Yeah, he can get through to the potting angle. And he might just play a cannon here onto the two reds to the left of the black. I'm not sure what angle, whether he can run through, avoid the black.
I like your first shot here, Dennis. You've got to start to be positive in this match. As I say, I think whoever does that's going to win it. I think this is the correct shot. Play the stun over, flick into the two reds, stay on the black.
Couldn't have played it much better. I think he's good here, just gone far enough for the cue ball. 25 ahead, looking good in this opening frame for Mark Selby now.
Nine.
Just going to need a quick glance at the
60.
scoreboard. Red, colour red would be enough. And that red, this
70.
closest to the black, is available. So he doesn't have to force that one in. That'll be frame ball. Just make sure of the pot. 41 ahead.
24.
This for the opening frame. We'll play a snooker, and if he gets the snooker, Marco may stay in his seat.
32.
We'll see.
Yeah, deserves to win the frame with that. Reddy played positive shot and really well played it was.
32
Marco,
on the frame.
a signal to the referee. So Mark Selby, a very focused Mark Selby, takes the opening frame, and he gets himself into the lead at 13 frames to 12.
And it's interesting to get the thoughts of two world champions here, 7 times and 6 times respectively. On the way these guys have approached this final session, the guys were talking about the focus, but in terms of the level of aggression, what have you noticed, Stephen?
There was a couple of times Mark Selby eventually played the positive shot, as John Parrott said. He played the attacking shot to stun to play for the black. He could have played a shot before earlier in the frame with the rest. He could have played into the bunch with the black. Marco Fu had a long red that he could have played a cannon for a red that was next to the black and opened up the frame. But you know, he played the long red in a way with loads of checks at check side, and he had to take the cue ball back up to box. So you know, it's like a lot of time they're containing themselves to victory in the frames rather than just being the aggressor.
Do you agree?
Well, it's possibly what would happen if you're sort of not absolutely comfortable with your game. It's being tight out there. You're a little bit on tenterhooks as to the fact you're not absolutely sure how the sessions are going, and you're not as comfortable. But there again, Stephen does play a very attacking game, always has done. But not every player plays exactly the same way. Marco's not sort of known for being a total aggressor.
Thank you.
But
Down, please.
I think as the session unfolds, you might see them start to open up a bit, but perhaps they're just feeling their way a bit.
We shall see.
It's amazing the number of times a red goes next to the black and puts it out of commission straight away from the break off. It just means that there's no point in attempting to roll this red in because there's no colour available. Don't know how this session is going to unfold, but it's all about getting yourself into the final, John, no matter how you do it.
It's all about the W, Dennis. That's what it is. It's sport in general. Win. Doesn't matter how you get there. If you can do it with a bit of style and it looks well, great, but some days that doesn't happen. Just make sure you beat the other fella.
Now this next shot, if he can get through to one of the reds to play a safety shot, might just bring the black into play. Doesn't have to play that one, but you always want to get that high valued color into play. And he has done. That's cleared the black somewhat into the right corner pocket. And the reds are opening up beautifully now, which makes the safety exchange so interesting. Because one mistake could be costly the way the balls are.
Yeah, we've got a nice looking frame, haven't we? Full of options for Marco. He's got the red on the right hand side. He could just push up and down if he wanted. Leave the cue ball at this top, at the top end of the table, I should say.
I like that shot. It gets the game back to normal. Because that red going up the other end of the table, you could have had one of those awkward frames, but Mark Selby's got it back this end of the table.
Yeah, and where it's finished, that red, is pretty awkward, because if you don't get it very thin to go back in the ball area, you can hit the jaws with the cue ball, so I don't think you can play off that one.
Very good. That wasn't as easy as it looked. Acknowledged by Mark Selby, just tapping the table with his cue there. Wow. Absolutely hit that all wrong. Far too thin. And the first mistake, as we show you him catching the other red. An early chance for Marco Fu here.
Yeah, and this is where he's got to go to work, Dennis. He's got to stamp his authority on this evening session. This is a brilliant chance. He's a fabulous break builder, got a wonderful touch, Marco. But he needs to score now. And particularly off this chance.
Four. Five.
Looks very much like one of the practice routines you do. You just threw the balls up on the table when you're in the club, or just trying to loosen up. A few reds out. And of course, Dennis, it isn't the club.
Yeah, the only red you wouldn't put on the table for a practice session is the one to the left of the black. You can see where he's put the cue ball there. He's left himself a choice of 3 reds. One into either middle, one into the right corner. I'm just wondering if this is going to tie the pink up somewhat. Might still be available into the right corner pocket, and hopefully into the left middle pocket. Yep, it's in the clear, so it certainly goes into both middle and the right corner, and the angle he has on this red, he might have to leave the pink for the left middle pocket. If he just stuns up past the other red to the right of the bunch, he'll have the pink. He's hit it too hard. That's a bit careless.
18.
A little bit of adrenaline there, just overscrewed that. Yeah, that's where he wanted to be, where the other white is there, and he overscrewed it. This makes it much more difficult for himself. No, it's not in.
Marco Fu, 18.
So a bit of a let off there as we show you the missed pink again, but it was the shot before that caused the problem. And Marco will have to sit there, and he's looking at that tip that did come off yesterday. But Mark Selby, well, having watched Marco miss that pink, might just give him a little bit of a boost. Tip looks good.
Yeah, he just lost the cue ball again, Marco, didn't he? There's that tip that was all the trouble yesterday when it flew off, but referee Paul Collier did a very good job there, putting that back on. That could have come out a lot better.
1.
With the cannon hoping to bring the black into better play than that, and of course where it's finished he can't pop the pink either.
Just shows you,
Mark
if
Selby,
they touch that near cushion, they don't drop in. Well, some of them have been dropping in, but that one didn't, John.
I was about to say, it's restored me faith in the pockets a bit, that, Dennis, because if that had gone in, I mean, there has been a few, as you mentioned, going that shouldn't have done, but that was never in. It was a tough shot. Very high tariff of difficulty, that one.
One.
He was looking at the pink there, was Marco, because the black's right in the jaw of the pocket, and it's slightly more difficult to control the cue ball when you're screwing out towards the reds. He might just play over towards those reds. You'd think he'd be bound to finish on something. So he's cannoned into them, and it looks pretty good. He's got one to the right middle.
Yeah, that was a good shot. You trust him to look a little bit, but it's the only way you can really control that shot. Difficult to know where you're going to finish, so play into them and hope you get a bit of fortune. Oh, what a horrible kick that got. Jumped straight up in the air, that one.
Well, have a look at this. But amazingly, this time it hasn't affected the shot.
No. I mentioned before it was a good chance. This one definitely is.
There's one person maybe watching this semi-final, hoping that it goes to a deciding frame. And that's
16.
Ding Junhui. He would like to see both these players battle it outright to a decider. He's got the evening off.
Yeah, we get a bit selfish when it's like that, don't we?
70.
Mentioned earlier, he's got a beautiful touch, Marco Fu, and he makes a break.
22.
Okay, he's not been at his best yet in this semi-final so far, but the earlier matches, Dennis, the one against Peter Ebden, he was absolutely fantastic. Showing our scoring chart there, needs to get to 61. He was wonderful against Peter. Peter said he played very well in that match, he just didn't get a shot.
But what about his clearance against Barry Hawkins? That was one of the best breaks seen at the Crucible.
Certainly was. Yeah, opening red was brilliant, but to do that in the circumstances when you've been 9-1 ahead and pressed back down to 12-11, that was really something very special.
28.
So he's taken these well so far.
$29.
This seems to be the story of this semi-final, Dennis. Every time Mark Selby goes ahead, Marco Fu comes back. 17-16 all over it, do you think?
Well, let's put it this way, I wouldn't bet against it.
$36.
Already 54 in front, so just a couple more pots to get back to all square. Oh dear me. Well, luckily the pink's over the middle
37.
pocket, because just imagine if the pink wasn't there and he's got a horrendous kick like that.
Yeah, it's worrying that it's been twice in quick succession, isn't it? Don't need to see too much more of that this evening.
Just needs the pink though. That will put him 60 in front with just 59 remaining. You want to make sure of this red because he knows what Mark Selby's like when
43.
he needs snookers. One of the best in the business. So full concentration on this one. That looks good.
44.
And it's a very underestimated part of the game, that. Make sure you get well over the line and your opponent doesn't come back, because we've seen it so many times in the championships we've been watching that someone thinks they're over the line, relaxes, misses a pot he shouldn't, and all of a sudden he's got another 20 minutes or half an hour in a frame.
47.
And it takes petrol away.
I did it in 1975 in
48.
Australia against Fred Davis. He needed 3 snookers. I thought I won the frame, and 20 minutes later he nearly pinched it. He got the snookers and I won the frame on the black. Taught me a big lesson, that.
$55. $56.
Bit of an awkward red now, but it doesn't really matter.
63.
Still expect him to knock it in, but if it doesn't go in, Mark will stay in his seat. It's safely in. And not a bad thing to
64.
clear the lot here. Just sends a message out.
Yeah, Dennis, we're talking about being positive this evening, and this is definitely that. Make sure you clear up, take all the balls off the table, and show your
71.
opponent that you're here to play. Good reply.
73. $76.
Just strolling around the table as if it was the opening frame. He's got a wonderful temperament, as
8.
Marco Fu, he really has.
$85. $91.
What a beautiful
98
break that was from Marco Fu. He's not going anywhere. You just cannot pick anything between these two players. We're all square again, 13 frames each.
Marco Fu looks on as Mark Selby breaks off. This
Thank
wonderful
you, frame
arena.
27. Mark Selby to break.
13 frames all.
Yeah, an awful lot of people have been coming to the Crucible for many, many years, but you always bump into someone new, John, that's never been here, and they absolutely love it when they get in to watch one of these matches. It's so difficult to get tickets. You'll see the odd empty seat, but they're sold out for months and months in advance. Terrific. Okay, he hasn't dropped on the colour, but he had to swerve that to make the potting angle.
Yeah, it was a good shot, but one you couldn't guarantee getting position off because in case you missed the pot, so that's why he's ended up where he has done. A clever little shot there he tried. Split the pack up with the yellow. Cue ball to the bottom cushion.
1.
Quite get it how he wanted.
Slight angle. So he's got to head back up towards the blue because the pink and black are awkward. Terrific pot, and he needs another good one because he's knocked a red over the middle pocket, and this is not a gimme, the blue.
Yeah, good cue from Mark this.
6.
Confidence booster. Still just scrapping for position. That was a good blue he knocked in. It was far from easy. And once again, he needs to control this one.
Seven.
Might be on nothing here.
What is it they call it? He's on zilch.
Yeah.
Amazing where you can finish. The blue's the only possible ball he can pot. Look where that's finished. If you tried to roll that red in the middle and come up and down the table and leave the white there, you couldn't do it. Is he going to take the blue? Well, he must be going to take the blue. The way he was queuing up there, this will be some shot. Blue in the corner. Finish on the red behind the black. Sounds easy. Oh, unlucky. I'll tell you what though, he enjoyed the pot.
12. Mark Selby 12.
Yeah, no problem to swarm into those. Good target for a professional snooker player to hit. First glance, I don't think Mark can get down the table off this. Pink was slightly more to the right, he'd be able to clip off the red behind it, but he'll get a cannon playing down towards the bouquet area off that red that's just behind the pink.
He might be able to come down off that one, even though he's going to hit the pink, but he's not sure. The white might go towards the left middle pocket. So just a containing shot. Could do with a touching ball to sort this out.
Touching ball, Mark.
And we've got one.
Yeah, he didn't want one, did he? Mark's face when he found out it was touching ball, he wasn't too enamoured with that. Just makes it very easy for Marco to play down the table.
Looks good. Another touching ball.
Touching ball.
It is. So Mark can stay up that end. Marco can stay down this end. Be like a game of tennis.
That's a foul there. Red definitely moved there. It's not been called, but that was a foul.
Let's have a look at this.
It's his finger moves the red. Referee's missed it. So's the player.
Foul. Miss. Marco full 6.
There we go. Watch this again. Watch the back red there where Marco's finger is. See? Moves it forward, touches the red. That's a foul. Bit surprised both of them missed it, Dennis. Marco Fu and the referee.
Marco, thank you. Thank you.
Great length on that safety. This is much more difficult because of it. Queuing is far harder. Yep, and because of that, this is far too thin. Stuck a red towards the corner. And at first look, he's got away with it. But it may be a very big pocket, that, for the red on the right-hand side. Mark's come. He'll have a look in a minute. He'll come down and have a look at that. And if he can't get direct to it, which I don't think he can, the red on the right-hand side has definitely got a chance of going in, hasn't it, Dennis?
It sure has, John. In fact, if the red was just a little bit further away from the pocket, it would be unmissable. He'd have to be very precise because he could get the double kiss. It'll definitely go in off the red, as you said, John, but if he doesn't catch it just right, it can double kiss that one that's over the pocket. But we've got the perfect picture there. We'll know immediately as to whether it's going to go in off the other red or not. And he's on the yellow. So one good positional shot here, and Mark Selby could be right in amongst them. Couldn't have played that any better.
Three.
What a chance this is. Balls are nicely spread, pink in the open. Just wondering whether that one of the reds is covering the pink spot, so could be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, and
4.
he could do with that red away from the right corner pocket. It's blocking the path for the black into that pocket. I'm just looking 3 or 4 shots ahead. Because at the moment the black
6.
is tied up. I think he'll pop the pink this time and play for that red. I mentioned the one near the pocket. Just checking to see where the pink will go, and it will go onto the green spot. It's the only one available.
Yeah, well, my suggestion would be pink, red to the top, that red on the top cushion there. You could play off that. If you can land tight on that top cushion, you could go up for blue, Dennis, come back, remove the loose red.
Just wondering though if the pink will go onto the black spot.
That wasn't part of my script.
Yeah, well, this is the red I thought he would always play for, but let's have a look now. He's just checking to see if the pink will go on there, and if it does, that makes a big difference.
It makes a huge difference. That was looking like being a lot more straightforward than that now. As I say, they played on
30.
this loose red, gone up for blue, come back down, moved the red away on the black, and it was a great chance, but not now.
14.
Oh, he didn't play that well. He's come up a long way short of where he intended, and now it's a Mark Selby special, powering the white around the table here. And that's pretty good. Somehow has got to get back on the blue again as we show you the top spin there to send that ball rolling around the angles. He really is blessed with so
20.
much cue power, but once again the wrong side of the blue.
Yeah, he hasn't got much of an angle on this one to power it round. This will take some shot.
Remember one of his power shots, was it yesterday? The blue jumped out of the middle pocket. Well, that one was never going to roll off. He's urging the white to run around. But as you say, it wasn't as easy this time, John. But he's still got that one red that's available
25.
to him. And I think he can avoid the cannon on the other red. So we can get back round off this one. Someone maybe just moving in his eye line there. He was just sort of holding his hand up. Well played. Just can't get himself to the right side of the blue.
It's like someone said, can you make a break, please, Mark, and be the wrong side of blue on every one of them? It's amazing how he's keeping going here. He's played 2 fantastic power shots. A brilliant shot. Absolutely brilliant shot.
He can win this
31.
frame by just taking blues. Will he get the correct side this time?
.32.
Well, he might be dead straight. Well, looking at the way he's bridging, there's a slight angle. He's powering everything into that middle pocket.
That blue's going to have a headache.
37. 38.
And at last, he's got the correct side of the blue. 43, the difference. So blue, red, and one more blue would be enough.
There you go, 48 ahead, 59 remaining, and what a break this has been.
43.
Fantastic. He's been scrapping for position all the way
44.
through it. Wrong side of the blue 3 or 4 times. Wonderful contribution. This is why he's world number 1. All the players can make centuries when the balls are nicely positioned. They're all that good. This is a really fantastic break under the circumstances.
49.
He snapped his fingers there as if to say, spin white. And it did spin. And another blue. He's already potted 6 of them. This is his 7th blue. Who sang that song? I never felt more like singing the blues. It was Frank Ifield. You could see him click his fingers, telling the white to
56.
spin. Another exhibition shot coming up, John.
Yeah, this has been one of the best breaks of the championship. It really has. Circumstances, 13 frames all, semi-final. Fabulous.
Now watch this for an exhibition positional shot. The white's going all the way around the angles. That was rubbish, wasn't it? Doesn't matter, the
63.
frame well and truly over. And building up nicely. That's 2 frames that have been won by either player with 1 visit. And Mark's wife Vicky there applauding that fantastic break. And we're back again. 1 in the lead, Mark Selby, 14-13.
Yeah, much more decisive play from the 2 of them, the last couple of frames in particular, Mark Selby. However, there is one incident that we're going to have to show again here. Happily, it didn't affect the outcome, but John Parrott picked up on what looked like a foul. Now, are there any circumstances where you wouldn't really know what's going on here, Steve?
Well, obviously, as the finger then touches the red and then comes away, I think everybody in the world of snooker probably would suspect that you could have felt that. There's no way of getting out of that. You probably did feel it. Obviously, the referee missed it, and the referee is the sole judge of play. So things like that do happen. But over to you.
Yeah, you don't want to start pointing fingers at people or anything. But yeah, it's you know when you've touched it, you can't, you know, you've got nerves in your finger, you know when you've touched something. We can only say perhaps he's, you know, Mark was engulfed in the situation. It's so much tension out there, semi-final of the World Championship, and he just, you know, just maybe didn't even thought.
Thank you.
It's hard.
28.
It's hard, all right.
Marco
Frame
Futa break.
28.
And once again, look at that red going right next to the black and putting it out of commission with a break-off shot. I mentioned singing the blues. Frank Ifield, it was Guy Mitchell or Tommy Steele. I wasn't even close, John.
I actually knew it was Guy Mitchell because my manager used to put that on a tape in the car all the time. So I didn't want to correct you, Dennis. You're usually right on most things.
Yeah, there goes my chance of Pop Master. Now, can he get through to possibly snick this in the middle pocket? fancy it. Don't blame him with the cue balls tucked up on the cushion. Well, that was an attacking safety shot there from the world number one.
Looked like a really positive shot, didn't it? As if he played that as if to say, right, I'm opening the balls up here. I'm ready to score. You mentioned earlier that this game
It's as good as any shot. Just glance off that one and yeah, anywhere up there.
Yeah, huge frame with the interval coming up, isn't it? Mark Selby can win it, take a 2-frame lead. He's very happy sitting in his dressing room. Every time he's got in front in this match, Marco Fu's come back, pegged them to all square. It's been a tough game for both players, this. settled with that. Good clip on the red, but the flick on the yellow was very nice. Cue ball tight on the bottom cushion. No straightforward escape.
He's going to have to try and leave the white in the jaws of this right corner pocket here. And that's about as well as he could do.
Touching ball.
Another touching ball. Come in. It's a strange knock on the table from Mark there. It was a loud knock. If he can't see a path back down the table, he may have to just nestle on that one off a couple of cushions. He's just having a look to see if he can work a way out, but I can't see an easy route back down.
He keeps looking at there's a red 2 down on the right from the blue that he was looking at, but he'd have to hit that really thick to go in a gap past the pink, so I don't like that very much, but I much prefer your shot, Dennis. Just drop on the red.
Yeah, somewhere near the line would get him there.
No downside to me this one if you play it correctly.
From in behind would have been better there, but Mark's looking at this one along the cushion, but it's not easy to negotiate the cue ball if he takes that on. Back looking at it again.
Just wondering whether he's going to play this, Dennis, and try and get through the gap between the pink and the red that's up near the blue. He's had a little look, so it's like a shot to nothing, but got to make sure he doesn't cannon anything. Yeah, he didn't play the pot, did he?
Yeah, I think if he had taken the pot on, he would have possibly cannoned into something. I think Mark Selby, with the interval coming up, he's not going to take any risks here. He wants this frame badly to open up a 2-frame advantage. Now there's a red going towards the pocket, but there doesn't look to be any path through to it. Surely there can't be a gap. Well, there is. But he's got to find a path back down towards the blue there.
I don't know whether he can get through just plain ball, because if he puts a little bit of side on just to swerve it round the red, he'll probably cannon the other one on the way back when he pots it. Yeah, that was the problem. And I couldn't guarantee position. What do you do here? So there's the side you needed just to bend it round, and once the side's hit, widens the angle, and you had to hit that red.
He's looking at the black, but he can't get back down the table off that. So he may have one go at a ball colour, which...
I think I'd probably looking at the yellow. Seems a fairly big target, doesn't it? He goes off the side cushion. Past the pink, what do you think?
The only thing with the yellow is there's
Green
that
ball.
red near the left corner pocket. I think that's why he's nominated the green, to leave the white over the right side. It's as if you're trying to shoot this white into the pocket off the cushion. That's the line he needs. And he's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Mark Selby 1.
You could play that 50 times and not get a wafer thin contact like that. That's amazing.
In fact, the green's still on its spot. You see, a full ball contact on the green would have left a couple of possible pots. But to flick the green and leave it still on its spot was quite amazing.
Yeah, that's a remarkable shot, because not only has he got out of trouble there, hit the green, and not give any penalty points, where he's left Marco in serious trouble.
Foul. Miss.
He was looking at
Mark
very,
Selby.
very thin contact on that red.
And you know what, Dennis, he can count himself very fortunate he hasn't left anything, because once they hit those jaws, it can go anywhere.
Yeah, Mark's looking at, well, now what would I do if I was where that cue ball was? And he said to himself, I'd be in a bit of trouble, so let's replace it. But he does need a thin contact, otherwise he'll double kiss that red.
Not that much.
He was able to just see the edge of the red. That's where it was, and it looks pretty good to me. Yeah. Spot on.
You want to put it up? Do you want to put it up again, please?
I mean, he doesn't have to play the same shot again. He can change his mind. But I think that's near enough, yeah.
Thank you.
Try number 2. But any other contact than a very thin one will double kiss the red and white.
This will have to be a special shot, because it does look double kiss all day, doesn't it?
In fact, he nearly put the white into the pocket the last time.
I know I said Marco had a good bit of fortune not leaving a red up, but boy did Mark Selby have a good bit the shot before, Dennis. To hit the green like that and leave Marco there. That was a right result.
So, change of plan. Well, he's left one along the cushion. Now, the only thing with this shot, to get up for the blue, he'd have to play it with a little bit of pace on it. Not even considering it. If the black was available, he'd roll this along the cushion.
Yeah, it was a good shot from Marco, that. Calculated he couldn't get on pink or black. Oh, just tapping the table again.
He's a bit concerned about the red that's near the left corner pocket. I mean, if he plays it down the left side of the table, he's got to try and get in behind the yellow. Yeah, definitely be looking to get this as tight to the cushion as possible. This is very tough match snooker we're watching at the moment. As I mentioned, Mark Selby knows, with all his experience, if he can go 2 frames up at this stage, he'd be in the driving seat.
And that's an excellent shot from Marco. Where's the red going to go? The last little flick on that red has made a difference. Okay, this still requires very good cueing. The best part of 12 foot this shot, so tight against or close to the cushion, I should say. You would expect him to get it, but not like that.
Yeah, he had to take that on. But as you mentioned, John, very tough. Tucked up on the cushion, could only see the top of the cue ball.
One.
But at the moment, just the blue to play with.
That was an excellent shot Marco played there. Very easy to be the wrong side of the blue. Well, that's perfect. So ideally the red that's over the right hand side pocket is the one to get rid of fairly early so the black can pot in there. Of course, we saw in the last frame you don't have to. Mark Selby's brilliant break with blues and it was perfectly adequate, but in an ideal world you'd like to get rid of that fairly quickly.
Six. Seven. Twelve.
Has the opportunity to move that red now if he wants. Just depends how he sees the break. It's not straightforward for position, but if he could hold it and play for the black in the middle, that would work. Decided to play out. Don't blame him.
13.
And couldn't have hit that any better. That was perfect. So now the black is possible. So he's turned this into an excellent chance, although he'd love to have had a little bit further than the cue ball there, and he's looking at his tip like he's not happy with it, Marco, there.
18.
He wanted at least another 6 inches down the table just to pop that red, come back a couple of inches and be on the black in the corner.
19.
That's Cannon.
Yeah, just looking at that tip, he has tidied it up because the brass ferrule that's on it was full of glue, and he carried on playing yesterday with the glue on it, but as you can see, it's all cleaned away from that ferrule. That's what it's called. It's a protector there.
Yeah, it's funny little things like that, Dennis, isn't it? Players get a bit funny about these. You can see it here, the glue on it yesterday, you can see.
26.
It's on the ferrule there. Actually, some of it soaked into the side of the tip as well. That's just the way it works when you put super glue on. So he's obviously, you can see the side of the tip, he's roughed that as well with a bit of sandpaper. So he's smartened it all up. Yeah, players get a little bit
27.
sensitive and those sorts of things. They just like to see it how they always like it. But it was needs must yesterday. He had to get that tip on. He got him on fairly quickly. I think you get 15 minutes or something to sort the queue out.
Yeah, I was chatting to Martin
35.
Clark, former top 16 player, one of the tournament directors, and he was saying it's 15 minutes, but there's a little bit of leeway, obviously, if they're struggling to get the tip back on. They're not going to stick stringently to that 15 minutes.
So this is looking like following the familiar pattern.
42.
Mark Selby goes one in front, and Marco Fu pegs him back. I'm just wondering whether it's going to be one of those games where he never leads until
43.
the winning post, Dennis. You never know.
It's amazing they've never played each other in the World Championship before. Mark Selby's well ahead on the head-to-heads, 9-2. But they played each other twice in the UK Championship and has won each.
50.
So the world number one is certainly not having this easy.
51.
Taking these very well so far. Just a couple of positional shots away now. I'm squaring up at 14 all at the mid-session interval. 53 ahead, 75 remaining, so a couple of colours,
58.
couple of reds. Should see him over the line.
$59. $66. 67.
There's been some terrific tactical play, but there's also been frames won here in this session with just one visit, and this
72.
is another one. Cannot pick anything between these two players.
$73. $78.
He's had 8 centuries so far in this year's Betfred World Championship.
79.
And if he could make one here, it would be 80 centuries, just 6 away from last year's record, 86. This is the tougher
86.
of the two reds.
87.
Excellent shot. Yeah, and the scoring has definitely improved in the last 3 frames. Okay, there's been plenty of 40s and 50s and stuff in this match, but the last 3 have been excellent. And this is how Marco was playing earlier in the tournament. Every time you made the mistake, he was clearing up.
94. $95.
Very well played, Marco Fu. There's another century. And 10 up again. They love it. Well, we all love a century.
100.
Try the trick shot. Doesn't matter. The players go off to the mid-session interval. And what a time to make a century break. Marco Fu gets himself back level. Can't pick a thing between these two players. It's 14 all.
Yeah, 5 centuries so far in this match between the two of them. The longest frame in history. We've had, well, tip gate, we've had finger gate now. It's all going on out there, but there is absolutely nothing between them. 14 frames each, both of them requiring 3 more to book a place in the final. And it's an interesting development for Marco, because I was speaking to one of our cameramen who's watched a lot of Marco, as we all have, over the last few years, and he described his form as almost chameleon-like. At times he seems to kind of almost default to the style of play that his opponent is playing. Do you recognise that a little bit?
Yeah, I think if you're playing against it depends on what type of player you are to start with, perhaps. But if you're playing against a speedier player, you might up the pace and play at their pace instead of trying to dictate the pace. So obviously he's playing Mark Selby. They're roughly about 28 seconds, 26 seconds per shot. So they're playing at roughly that level. But Marco's not fast around the table. He floats around the table a bit. His shots are fast, but he's sort of in the same style at the moment. So perhaps that is the case. He's a player that waits to see what style he's playing against.
14 frames apiece, Stephen. And it's been like this. I mean, Marco was, what, 7 frames to 4 behind, won 4 in a row to go 8-7 in front. That was the most devastating run of form that he'd had, and it coincided with the tip flying off the top of his cue at that point. So he's capable of reeling some frames together here. You really sense that someone's going to have to just take this game and have a good shake at it now.
I just don't see it changing. I think we're here till 17-16, and it's going to be whoever gets. I mean, the side frame could be another hour-long episode. Yeah, I just don't see anyone being able to get the form to make frame winning visits 2 or 3 frames in a row. It's. I mean, it's very interesting to see who comes out on top. Marco has always looked throughout the whole match the more likely to win frames in one visit. So if he can get in first with an open table, with a clean table, the black open, pink, then I fancy him to perhaps win the match.
Sometimes the way to do that is to up the pace a bit. Just walk around the table and go a bit more like an autopilot. But that's not really the style of these two players. They don't change their pace around the table. It's a hard thing to do, but on occasions I remember doing it myself if the match was sort of getting a bit bogged down. Not too sure Stephen's changed. You might have changed the pace, the speed at which you played around the table.
Yeah, I mean, if I was playing a Mark Selby type of player, I'd be wanting to get the balls open as soon as possible. And within reason, you can't just blatantly go for everything and just make it easy for Mark Selby. But yeah, I think you've got to put players on the back foot and perhaps do something they don't expect.
OK, well, it's still beautifully poised. A long way to go. I think you might be right, Stephen. Actually, this one's got a final frame decider written all over it, hasn't it? It's in complete contrast to our first semi-final, though, which was decided this afternoon, which had plenty of cut and thrust. In fact, 11 centuries, the greatest number ever made in a match at the Crucible. And it had an awful lot more besides. Between Ding Junhui and Alan McManus, they served up a Crucible classic. Yeah, and we're going to show you one of the most significant moments of this match. It's the 27th frame, in fact. Ding Junhui, 15 frames to 11 in front against the Scot. Ding has already made 6 centuries in this match, and Stephen and Dennis were watching today.
And that's a good shot from Ding Junhui. An early chance if he can get into the bunch here. And he's got a good angle as Alan just shakes his head and has a little chat to himself. He knows if Ding plays this shot correctly, he can open up quite a few reds. Plenty of pace. And that'll do nicely, unless... I think he's okay. The red come off the cushion. I thought it was going to cover things.
8.
Yeah, you can always tell with Ding that if he's on the next shot because he gets the cue ball cleaned. He wouldn't be doing that if he was going to play a safety. That was a good shot from Ding Junhui into the pack. He had to hit that left-hand side of the bunch as we looked at it.
Nine.
So no breaks today so far from Ding Junhui. Is this when he's going to step up a gear and win a frame in one visit?
And as you well know, Stephen, you've done it so many times.
40.
You want to win this semi-final as quickly as possible, and then watch the two other gladiators battle it out. That's going to be a tough semi-final between Mark Selby and Marco Fu, and Ding can relax this evening if he wins the match, that is.
15. $21. $22.
There's lots of left-hand side, check side in the cue ball to square up the angle here when it comes off the cushion. Wants to avoid this red going back up, and he's not. He wanted to miss that to play for the red to the right of the pack, to the right corner.
27.
So it's just, today's just not a complete control of that cue ball at all.
Might be worth taking this one on because he won't leave anything, only the red he'll have a go at. You'd think he'd take it up into the left corner pocket and just maybe run through for the blue. He could screw back if he wants. The pink might be available also. That looks good to me. Right in the centre of the pocket.
28.
Seems to have got his focus back.
Yes, I think it's been a feature of Ding's play in this World Championship. Whenever he's had something go wrong or lost a frame he shouldn't have, he's come right back in the next frame more often than not with a break. And that's a great sign.
$34.
Well, he's stuck on that red. That's, and he's just looking to see if that red would go there. It's so difficult. I mean, we're at this side of it, he's at the other side of it. He can play up for the blue. I mean, he's away a couple of shots ahead, but he'd love to take that one. So it's the outside one he's playing to cut in. Terrific.
35.
I say terrific, not only for the pot, but what he did with the cue ball. Come coming up a little bit short. He didn't want to risk
37.
snookering himself with the pink. Not only the cut was very thin, but the pace he played it at. He found the gap between the yellow and the brown, and he played that one to perfection. Another tricky little shot to negotiate here. That's
Thank you.
just about perfect. It's going past
38.
the line. Well, I say just about perfect. He's got a slight angle, as we show you there. He's the correct side of that blue line, but he may have to come off the side cushion with topspin because they all look to be covering each other. If those two were a plant, he'd be okay. Let's see how he cues this. Topspin to get into the reds. There might be one available here. Is the plant on? Must be. That's a bone. That is a bonus.
43.
Dead set plant.
Yeah, you can screw the cue ball off the other 5 reds as well. This could turn out to be the frame winning shot if this turns out right. Screw back for either pink to the same pocket or up for the blue.
I'll tell you what, that jumped. He got a tremendous kick there, but it didn't affect the plant, but might be able to show you that. Just have a look at the red here. The first red, well, it tried to jump over the other one. That's how bad a contact that was. But everything's okay.
Yeah, you have to say now the way the
50.
the balls are situated, odds on the 7th century of the match.
51.
It really has been savage scoring by Ding Junhui. Very impressive the way he's come out in this frame, Dennis, after that last frame. Obviously not a frame he was expected to pinch because he needed a snooker, but he got himself back into it, and he would be really disappointed
59.
to lose it. But great attitude, great focus coming back out in this frame.
Sign of a true champion, that is, that's for sure.
I think you'd have to give Terry Griffiths a huge amount of credit for this, because a couple of times in this tournament there was a time in the first round Ding Junhui
65.
lost a frame where his opponent needed 2 or 3 snookers to go 8-6 down, first to 10, and he came out and won 4 frames in a row. I'm hugely impressed by that. So maybe Terry's just helping him mature as a player.
$73. 74.
Every chance that Ding Junhui can make his 7th century in this match.
81.
That would be the most by any player in a match at the Crucible. The record number of centuries was
82.
16, and that was achieved by the gentleman sitting next to me. Stephen Hendry did that, and he didn't know he'd held that record. John Higgins has had 14.
$88.
Yeah, if he keeps
89.
going like this and gets to the final and plays the same way, there's every chance he could beat that in 2 matches.
Well, as you said, Stephen, this is so
96.
impressive after almost a 50-minute frame. All the tactical play, and he's come
98.
out, he's got one chance, and he's taken it. In style, it has to be said. Another superb century break
101.
from this Chinese sensation. One more frame to be played
105.
before the mid-session interval. If Ding Junhui takes it, he's in the final.
110. $116.
Absolutely superb. He only needed one chance, and didn't he take it? He won the frame with another magnificent century break, and now he's just one frame away from a place in his first ever final at the Crucible. 16-11.
Yes, Ding's 7th century of this contest, a new record for a single match by one player. And on the way here in the next frame to his victory, another record tumbles too. And he's through 17-11 against a very, very game Alan McManus at 45 years of age. The lowest, well, the oldest player in the draw, who acquitted himself beautifully, as indeed did this man, through to his first Crucible final.
I'm playing good in very good semi-finals. Starting good 9-3, and after Alan come back 9-7, he got his chances to make a few centuries, and also it doesn't play quite good safeties and leave him some shots, and he just take it and punish me. So that's the pressures comes my side.
For a number of reasons, it was a good match. I think Ding was most of those reasons. He's a good player, isn't he? And you know, he knows how to string breaks together, as he's shown. And the right man won the match.
Everybody's dreaming to win the world titles. Every professional snookers want to win the titles. I just want to join the one of them to lift up their trophies and stay with me for a whole year.
Well, he's been thinking about it. He's been touted as a future world champion for such a long time. It's been 13 years of professional. You forget. It's been a long time, but the first player from Asia to make the final of the World Championship, and he's trying to become only the third qualifier, which seems ridiculous, really, when you say it like that, to win this title. And I guess the question is, why has it taken him so long when he's been touted for such a long time?
Well, it's hard to win it. I mean, it's a stupid thing to say, but it is. There's so many good players. And regardless of the fact of how much there is back in China willing him to win it and pressure on him, I think, you know, a player, any player who's it's predicted of them they're going to win the World Championship, has extra pressure on them. I think it must be the case, and the same perhaps with Judd Trump. There's people saying Judd Trump's going to win the World Championship. It might get harder and harder every year. So perhaps it's taken a long time for him to get to the final, just for that reason that we've all been saying for so long, from the moment that Peter Ebdon predicted he was the Mozart of snooker and he was going to take the game by storm. He's had that to deal with.
He's clearly played the best snooker of anybody here over the last couple of weeks, Stephen. That doesn't mean that he's a certainty to win the title regardless of who goes through tomorrow. How big an occasion can this be? And the only reason I ask is because I remember in a Masters final, he crumbled a bit. He was considerably younger against Ronnie O'Sullivan, but he's let big occasions get to him. Is he a different man now?
I think he's a much more mature player now, much more mature person. I think Terry's got to take a bit of credit for that as well. I think he's sort of made him more level-headed out there in terms of keeping control of his emotions. But he's just been outstanding, and I think it'll be criminal if he doesn't win it, to be fair, the snooker he's played out of these 4 semi-finalists.
Well, who's he going to play? It's now a best of 5. Marco Fu or Mark Selby? Back to John and Dennis to find out.
Thank you, Hazel. Started out the best of 33, and as Hazel said, it's now the best of 5. Players just getting their water into their glasses, ready for battle. And it could
Thank
be
you, frame 29. Mark Selby to break.
a long, hard battle. But 3 of the last 4 frames have been won with 1 visit. There's the average frame time, just over 22 minutes.
Yeah, match time was over 10 hours, Dennis. And one hour of that was 1 frame.
What about the referee? You know, talking about players having to concentrate. What about Brendan Moore? I mean, he's had to keep his concentration. That was a big risk. And he's got away with it somewhat. There might just be a possible cut to the right corner, but once he missed that pot, I think Marco felt he was going to leave something. He thought, if I can roll this in, I can get on the black. He hit it too thin. And that red that he just flicked first won't cut into the right corner. So a little bit of good fortune there to get away with that one.
Excellent pace on the cue ball. It's about as good as you can do there. Couldn't hide the cue ball behind any of the ball colours really, so it was all about judging the cue ball pace, which was excellent. It just makes that return that bit more difficult. What Marco's looking at. Once again, fabulous pace on the cue ball. High quality safety. All the time putting pressure on his opponent.
Just gone past the blonde, so might be able to have a go with this red into the right corner and screw across for the pink. He's had a look at that because there's not a lot that he could leave. It would all be about the red he's taking on. If this goes in, he'll give himself an early opportunity here.
One.
Yeah, cued that beautifully. Excellent pot and wonderful control. Couldn't have hit that much sweeter.
Experience might play a big part in this semi-final.
Make sure your phones are off, please.
Mark Selby won it 2 years ago and
Please make sure it's turned off.
an
That's the third
unbelievable
time.
final against Ronnie O'Sullivan. And will experience be the telling factor? because you just cannot pick between them at the moment.
7.
Just run through and cannon the other red at the back here. Lovely.
8.
He'll take that shot on the pin to perfection just to leave that angle.
That's the putt success rate for this session. Look at that, both at 93%. The last session
60.
they were both below 90%, but it's certainly increased, that's for sure. That's the match now. Marco at 90 and Mark Selby will be close to that 90. You'd have to say, the way he's playing here.
Yeah, interesting the way he's gone about this
23.
break here, because he had a chance to leave half ball on the black, cannon up into the pack, and leave this one he's now taken. He's gone about it a different way. He's got to make sure that when he plays this, if he's playing the top spin, he needs to land on the black. Great shot.
24.
Not always easy to judge those. You've got to not only get the right weight there, you've got to judge the cannon you're going to get. Couldn't play that any better.
$31.
I can't believe it. I mean,
The next phone that goes off, you will be asked to leave. Please make sure they're turned off.
how many times do they have to be told about their mobile phones?
I'm pretty sure that the person whose phone it was is relieved that went in.
That's okay. It looked as if it was going to finish a little awkward.
39.
Is this another frame that's going to be won with one visit?
$40.
That's the magic number for this frame, 72. Just a little awkward, the bridging there, and you're right down the shot. Played it well, though.
He hit that lovely, Dennis. He really did. Timing was perfect for that one. Quite easy to underhit or overhit that one, digging
47.
down, but well played. And what a kick that was. That was horrendous.
48.
Look where the cue ball's finished. He's 48 in front. If he runs through onto the blue, have a look at this. The white has finished so short of where it would have been. He was well on his way to winning the frame with one visit until that horrendous kick. And having to bridge over the, or stretch over the black and reds there. He's putting the extension on just to make it slightly easier. And the way he's looking at the yellow, he's going to take it on. It looks as if he's come out after the mid-session interval with all-out attack on his mind.
Yellow ball.
Very well played.
Fabulous shot. And he could very well have been disappointed 50. There with that kick. He didn't let him affect the shot he was playing next. Beautifully struck.
Do you know whose phone that was? If you find the person, will you ask them to leave, please?
Yeah, there's another phone, and Brendan Moore said if you find him, just, you know, out of the crucible. Quite rightly too. I mean, it's getting silly now. Needs a good cannon here. Very difficult to hold the cue ball without playing a cannon. Well, this break
58.
Has been superb. And he looks to have quite a bit of purpose the way he's moving around the table, John. So his good pal Bobby's probably in the dressing room. They've had a little chat and they've probably decided, let's go out here and let's attack this semi-final.
Yeah, he's a wonderful match player, is Mark Selby. Wonderful. He's nowhere near his best in the semi-final.
66.
But what he always does is compete. Safety plays always top draw, and he applies himself.
67.
And even when he's not firing all cylinders, you've got a job beating him. Art of match play.
Yeah, he missed the last couple of tournaments, did Mark. And I don't think he's been quite
72.
working as hard as normal, but I'll tell you what, he's getting better by the frame now.
73.
That's what 79. Great champions do, isn't it, Dennis? When the heat is at its greatest, you can produce the best.
80.
This has been a superb break. Top class.
Chance of a century now, but he's removed that red.
86. 87.
He's made 6 centuries so far in this year's Betfred World Championship.
Yeah, you can pop this black, leave an angle of this one, and flick the red off the side cushion. Bring that back into play, stay on either the pink or the blue, so
94.
Pot red, move red.
$95.
Pot red, move red. I like that, John. As he rolls the blue in, that's the 81st century in this year's World Championship. Turn up again.
100.
Just 5 centuries away now from last
101.
year's record 86. On the form that Ding Junhui's in, that record could well go. Doesn't matter about the pink. Mark Selby has come out after the
Selby.
mid-session interval and he's produced a fantastic century break. And he's back in the lead. It's now 15-14.
Yeah, and significantly the quality of this contest has really begun to rise in the last few frames. That was, as Dennis was saying, the 81st century of this championship, and in the chase for the 86th, the record that was made here last year. It looks like we might be within touching distance of that over the next couple of days. But I was just talking about the scoring getting better and better. Look, in the last few frames, we've had a 98 from Marco, 63 from Mark, 100 from Marco, 101. And Mark in particular seems to always be able to find something with the finishing line rearing now.
Yeah, he's a great competitor, and I do think possibly in long session matches like these that sometimes you can lose your way. There's a bit of the middle game where it doesn't seem like there's no end to it, and as it gets closer to the ending, all of a sudden your competitive instincts kick in and you start to just play and compete. A bit like a boxing match, towards the end you start to up the pace. So it seems like they've both done that, so good on them.
When you think back to Marco Fu's last match, or several matches ago against Joe Perry, what am I talking about? Barry Hawkins, I do beg your pardon. He was 9-1 up in that one, and it was a fantastic comeback from Barry Hawkins, but he too found something when he really needed it, and so therefore you're sort of anticipating some kind of grand finale in this one, aren't you?
Yeah, it's the form they've showed in the last 3-4 frames. It showed the class of players they are, the match players that they are. But just going back to Mark Selby, I mean, we've talked about, I've talked about how poorly he's played in this final, and yet he's 15-14 up.
Yeah.
And he's capable of just, and then just, you know, I said at the beginning of the show, would he find extra gears? And he's maybe just, we've seen the winning line, getting to the final, he's starting to find that extra gear.
Well, he's trying to get through to what will be a third final for Mark Selby. And of course for Marco Fu, this is, well, on touching distance now of a very first one. And he's been coming here for, well, 16 attempts since 1999. This is such a huge moment for him.
It is, and it's going to be fascinating, as it always is in snooker, you know, when it gets closer and closer to the finishing line. Who's going to crack first?
Let's find out.
Thank you. Frame 30. Marco Fu to break.
Do you know, John, I've just had word that some of the Chinese journalists have been saying that for Ding Junhui's match back in China, there was an estimated 500 million people watching, twice the number that has watched soccer. That is incredible.
Yeah, phenomenal viewing figures. And what it will be like when he goes home, if he wins, will be incredible. That's another story. At the moment, it's this one. Who's he going to be facing in the final?
Well, what will the viewing figures be if it's an all-Asian final? Marco from Hong Kong. But I think Mark Selby will have a big say in that. He's looking for 2 frames to get through to the final. Marco needs 3. Just a thin safety. Oh, what a flick. What a lovely nudge off the brown there. It was a good shot anyway, even better when he flicked off the brown.
Yeah, not straightforward this, but it's not one you can play off the side cushion and just drop into the side of the pack where the reds are placed, so needs a bit of thinking about. Players usually play off the side cushion and drop into the side of the pack, or they play off 2 cushions and come into the back of the pack, but a bit awkward to do that.
Yeah, I suppose if he come off the left side cushion and just nestled on those two, he wouldn't leave anything easy, but it would have to be dead weight. He's looking the other side of the table, but he's going to come twice across. I mean, he's going twice across to get to a similar position. Now he's coming into the back of them, but he's hidden that cue ball. Terrific. He certainly knows his way around the snooker table. That was why I christened him Sat Nav Selby. Which is the correct name. The other day I called him Sat Nav Selby. Got it slightly wrong.
You would have been anaesthetic at the time.
There's a few shots like that he's hit thinner than he intended, and this time he's left a pot to the left corner. Can Marco knock this in and give himself a chance?
Yeah, he's usually pretty proficient with these types of shots, Marco, but of course there's more pressure in this match now than there's been through the entire match. Oh, well struck. Good shot.
One.
Don't know what angle he's got in. Maybe, well, he's pretty straight. I need to screw out with a bit of run inside here. Yep. Side will take. Widen the angle. Beautifully played.
Yeah, he couldn't hit this any better, because the natural angle would have took him across the table and it had been snookered. But you could see it spinning off up the table into the perfect spot.
Nine.
It's gone wrong. To play a forcing cannon there and rely a little bit on luck. Guaranteed
16.
how that's going to come out. Fortunately for him, cue ball's buried itself in the back of the cluster. So that'll be end of break, I would think.
And no easy safety shot for him. I think all he can do is just nudge into them here. So we might need a touching ball to resolve this. Well, that's not touching.
Marco, 60.
I think he's got to be a little bit careful with this. The one that Marco played there. If you hit that red to the right of the cue ball too hard, I think the red on the right hand side, the two below would pot, so you have to be careful. Don't blame him for playing to the cushion there.
Oh, then that cannon on the brown has left a chance for Mark Selby. We know how well he's cueing. It's just off straight, this red, as you can see. Played it in such a way he'd be on the blue, didn't risk rolling it in for the black because he knew he could have left a couple of reds.
Nice target down in that bulk area behind the brown. And this is a chance here for Mark to play a really positive safety if he wants. Off the side of the pack, or he may choose to play the loose red above the pink, but that area behind the brown is a really big target. You know, he's looking at that red. Be very surprised if this isn't really close to the brown and a spot of bother for Marco.
Yeah, a couple of ways of getting there. He can come off the two cushions and get the white up there, or he can swing it around the angles and still get it towards the brown. Depends how he feels. It's just the plain ball way. It's in the safety area, but the bonus would be if you could get in behind the brown.
Yeah, it was a slight miss hit, that, wasn't it?
Stuck the red up for the middle pocket here.
Foul on this.
Yeah.
Marco
likes,
for
but
4.
He won't be taking it.
Funnily enough, he missed both reds by a fraction, the one he intended, and he almost caught the one the left side of the table. He needed a thin contact, but just overdone it. This is a good... Oh, he's not on it. He's slipped up. He's decelerated. He should have been on this red to clear the path for the black into both corners. Is he on the red? That's the question. Oh, just about. You can turn it over with a little trace of left-hand side, but nearly messed up there, having to swerve it slightly.
38.
Just a couple of reds that are still available, but they're not easy.
Yeah, I think he might take the pink here. It just looks a complete natural angle just to pot this in, knock this in the middle and keep position for the loose red. Black's a bit trickier. Need to power that round the angle, so guaranteeing position playing it this way.
Yeah, those 4 reds that are together seem to be covering each other, but he's got
44.
2 more reds that are available. This one and one that's just off the cushion there. Well, if those 4 reds are tied up, what is he, 65 in front, the blue to follow, 70. He's not far away from securing the frame. Playing for the loose red as he go. Oh, that's come off the cushion. That flew off this cushion behind the black. It really did. He can't believe the pace that that's come off the cushion.
Yep, that was weird, wasn't it? I haven't had many pingers tonight, but that was one.
Amazing. And he's just looking for that one more red. That's why he didn't cannon into the 4 reds. He wanted to make sure and get nicely on the loose red, and look where the cue ball's finished. He didn't fancy risking that very difficult pot.
50.
Very unlucky there. Going for the loose red. Big bounce off the cushion. And I'm pretty sure if he hasn't covered it, Mark Selby will be trying to get that red off the side cushion immediately. May even play it if he has to swerve it a touch. Because if you're going to make a clearance, that's got to come off from there. He got half of a double kiss there, didn't he? Didn't bring the red off that much, but still off the cushion, still better than it was. The other thing, Dennis, no colours safe in this frame either. It's one of those frames that Marco, he should really be over the line apart from that bounce, and then if the counter clearance does happen, there's no ball safe.
That's a pretty good cue ball he's got there. But having said that, after this next shot, everything may be in play. One good safety shot here off the right side of the red as we look at it. And the red will be heading over towards the other 5. And even though he's 70 behind, all of a sudden, it's frame on again. He'd dearly love to get this cue ball in behind that brown.
Yeah, it's been a big target all the way through this frame.
It's not a bad effort. Oh, it's awkward though. He'd have to bridge over the brown, so there is a possible snick into the right corner pocket as we just go over the 11 hours for this fascinating semi-final.
Yeah, he didn't get in behind the brown there, Marco, but he got a very good second prize. Queuing is hampered. Striking down, very easy to put a bit of side on this. Actually, not a straightforward shot anyway. Pink being where it is on the top cushion is a problem for the 4 reds that's on the right in a cluster. If he hits the left hand one of those, he'll probably cannon the pink. So that's not on. If he plays the red that's behind the black thin, he could promote it to the corner pocket. So that's not on. I don't blame him taking a bit of time.
Foul.
Well, I think he fouled the brown there, did he?
Marco Fu 4.
I think he just caught the brown with the side of his cue. He was cueing so close to the brown there. Yeah, and it just nudged the brown with the side of the cue. Just enough remaining. So Marco looking for one pot here. And now he's got behind that brown we've mentioned a few times.
Very good shot. Any real shot Mark can play is side cushion and try and come in behind the red that's 2 to the right of the pink. Drop in behind that and hope he gets the pace right. Or is he playing the old 2 cushion escape? Looks like he is. Side round the angles, try and clip one. And he says it thick. That should be end of frame.
And once again, Marco Fu has got himself back all square. Turning out to be an amazing semi-final. The standard has improved dramatically in this session.
Eight.
And after everything they've gone through, Dennis, these sessions are going to be down to a best of 3.
Yep, started out the best of 33, and now it's the best of 3, as you say, John.
16. 17.
But it's great to see these 2 players playing to this standard in this session. World number 1 against
24.
Marco Fu.
25.
Looking for a place in his first Crucible final.
Yes, the scoring standard has been far removed from what it was this morning. Both players struggled a little.
31.
But this evening, top quality.
32.
Yeah, he'll want to clear them up here and make sure. Well, Mark won't come back to the table, but he hasn't
38.
scored a point in this frame.
39. $46. $48. $51. $55. $60.
Superb, really is.
$66.
Well, he started off with a break of 50.
73
and he got a pinger off the top cushion. But didn't he finish the frame in style with that magnificent 73 break? And it's 15 all. Best of 3 now. And that was caused by a shot that Mark Selby played. He had to hit it very thin, and we can show you the shot. He missed the red completely. Now watch the one on the left side of the table. As he misses this altogether, he wanted a thin contact and he overcompensated. But look, it missed that, but look, it almost flicked that other red. But then when it came back up the table, Marco took full advantage and looked, John, as if he was going to clinch it with one visit.
Yeah, and he ended up playing onto the blue, Dennis. We could have gone into the 4 reds for a cannon, but he only needs 1 more red, so he's decided to play for the loose one on the left-hand side. Hits this, well, what you think is perfect, but watch the reaction off the top cushion. Comes off twice the speed it goes on. That's what we call it. A pinger comes off the cushion twice as fast, and of course it lands in a position that's so awkward to spot the red, and all he could do was play safe then. And he ended up embroiled in a frame he should have already won. And thankfully he did, because he didn't deserve that.
Thank you. Frame 31. Mark Selby to break.
Once again, a red goes right next to the black. Quite incredible how many times that's happened.
Yes, and every frame is massive at the Crucible. But this really is. If you can get yourself 1 up and have a couple of bites of the cherry.
Look at the standard, John, 95% and 93% pot success rate for this 4th session.
Yeah, fabulously high. That'll do. Marco was doing that to try and get the black back in play, playing a positive safety, but handy little fluke.
Well, not only the fluke, but he's landed on the green, as we show you it again. He's playing an attacking safety, opening the reds up. But what a fluke, but look where he's landed. Now this might be in no man's land. He's got the 1 long red up into the right corner. That wasn't the red he intended to be on. It's a bit of a tester, this.
Yeah, he played in an area there to leave himself a chance on 2 reds. The one that's above the cue ball and the one bottom of the cluster goes. So he's definitely overhit that one.
I think he can screw this back a little bit to leave the pink, and he wouldn't leave anything should he miss it. Oh, I said he wouldn't leave anything.
Marco Fu.
In fact, a bit of adrenaline because he screwed back further than he intended there. And he's left that one. He was so close to the pot. It's jawed and stayed near the pocket. Thought it was in at this stage.
Well, he's got loose reds to play for here, so I don't blame him if he does, but he's also got a fantastic angle if he wanted to go into the pack off the side cushion. I mean, there's enough reds to play for. I could understand him entirely if he does that.
All depends how he feels. John mentioned the angle he has on the brown. That's what he could do. Will he? Of course he will. How's your luck, Mark? Well,
5.
It could have been better. The black won't pot into the right corner, otherwise he could roll this one in near the left corner. And he's got to force this one. A little bit of a stun shot to leave himself on the black. Played it beautifully.
6.
You're not kidding. That was a very good shot. A lot better than it looked. One of those shots you were digging the cue ball down. Well controlled.
Every credit to both players, John. The standard they're producing at the business end of this semi-final
30
is terrific.
Yep. Their best stuff when they need it the most. Good combination, that.
The stuff of champions. Every player's ambition when they turn professional is to
40.
become world professional champion. Mark Selby's done it a couple of seasons ago. Marco Fu yet to get to his first Crucible final. High stakes, and he's left it awkward as he turns away from the table. How's he going to get to this one, John?
Yeah, he's played a cannon there just
21.
to nudge the red away and leave the cue ball in a better
Touching
position
ball.
than that. But now he's going to be hampered. He's played to come onto the side of the red, and he's just gone behind it.
He won't be able to see the shot if he gets the spider out. I mean, he won't see how he's cueing at the ball.
No. He's in a really horrible position, and it's one of those ones you can't probably reach with your cue anyway. You might need an extension, so there's no good news with that shot.
He has a touching ball, so, but he's still looking at the potting angle. But now he's looking at where he wants to put that cue ball. There is a gap around the angles here. He'll have to hit 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 cushions to get in behind one of the ball colours near the cushion. There's the first cushion, second cushion. There's the third cushion.
Mark Selby, 21.
Just goes to show you, Dennis, in this game, you've just got to be so precise, haven't you? Simple little cannon that looked like it was going to be perfect for Mark Selby, and just where the cue ball finished, and it's ended break. Fractions.
A mistake from Marco. There's a possible pot to the middle pocket. There's certainly one into the left middle pocket, and he can get on pink or black from that one. Got to be precise with these.
A pocket to look at there. Very well played. Just looking to see at some point where he's going to flick that red out and he'd leave two. So he might be playing that cannon now.
Doesn't have to play it, but he would love to. He's looked at potting the black and just flicking that away, because that's going to open up those 5 reds, believe it or not. He's got 4 reds in a good spot, but he's definitely looking at that shot. And if this comes off, what a chance. Just a delicate little cannon. He's hit the other red, but he's okay. Didn't cannon the red he wanted, but he knew there was a few more available there.
8.
Yeah, I didn't get it, as you say, but knew the outside red would be there for him. And still a very good chance, this.
Just a little bit too far for the blue, but he can take the green. It's a bit closer to the cushion than he would have liked, but he's okay.
12.
Looking for that 66 points there, as you can see, to leave Marco at the snooker's required stage. And what sort of an angle has he got on this? As he's close to the cushion, it's one of those awkward little angles. If he's away from the cushion, he just punches it in. Still having to do that, but look at the cue. It's coming down on the white. He knows the importance of this shot.
Yeah, it looks nothing, does it, on your screen, but you can easily bounce this offline. If you get any side on this when you dig down, it can vary on the cloth and bounce offline. Well played. Good strike.
13.
And wife Vicky up in the balcony there. She's been here with her little girl, who's 19 months old, was dancing around in the Champions Lounge yesterday, along with Marco's daughter, believe it or not. It was like a creche up there. It's the modern day thing to have your family at events, that golfers do it.
20. 21.
But he has looked so solid since the mid-session interval. There's a bit of purpose in that stride around the table.
You just got to be a little bit careful. I mean, he's just looking at that red there. If he could pop the blue and cannon it, he'd be on the bottom red cluster of 5. He's just looking to see whether he can just drop on that. Just needs the cannon, and he's missed it. Not as planned, that.
26.
Yeah. Just show you it again, as John said, if he had got the full ball cannon, he had an easy one at the back of those 4 reds there. Now this is slightly trickier. He knew straight away that he hadn't potted that.
Mark Selby, 26.
So he's just 43 in front. So because of not getting that cannon, he's missed this long one. So far from safe in this frame. Marco immediately removing that difficult red.
Yeah, just what the player who's behind always wants to do, Dennis, isn't it? Get the balls into potable positions just to make the
Let's make your mind up time for Marco Fu. The red that's up by the blue will go up into the corner. He can play through for the pink or the black. Big shot coming up. He went all out to hold for the blue there. And he was pretty close. The reason I thought he might play up for the pink or black was that he wouldn't leave a shot at this, or it certainly would have been more difficult if this goes in. Just someone just got out of their seat just to go out of the arena there, and Mark got up off the shot, quite rightly so. That is a beauty. That was such a tough shot with the rest, John.
Yeah, excellent, wasn't it? Wonderful cue in that. Got to get right through those. And he's now finished on the yellow. If he can screw back just past the blue, as I mentioned before, that red to the back, just where he's queuing up now, that will pot. So, all about the judgment here on the screw back. Pretty good as last night.
3.
It's absolutely spot on. And I say spot on because he
4.
could develop the other reds. So this is the key shot to clinching this frame. That will put him 1 up with 2 to play. Oh, he's missed the cannon. Can you believe it? Mind you, got the main part of the shot. He potted the black,
11.
but missed the red completely here.
Wow, Dennis. That could be crucial. It really could. Just looked a simple stun up.
Well, is there? Well, there is a pot on here.
He's not looking at a plant as well, is he? No.
He would need a blue off this. He's 54 in front. Red and the blue would put him 60 in front with 59 on. So if he goes further up the table, if he should pot this and doesn't finish on the blue, he'll need another red after one of the bulk colours. But this is not easy. Bang! Straight in the pocket.
$12.
But he's not perfect on this yellow. The yellow and one more red needed.
Yeah, what a pot that was. Must have been disappointed to lose what looked like a simple positional shot there, but right in the centre of the pocket. Great cueing. Well, he's got a couple of choices here, Dennis. 55 ahead. The yellow's tricky. Do you push a ball colour safe, or do you take the pot on?
Yeah, the yellow's tricky because the white, as you can see, is just the other side of the balk line, which makes it quite thin. So a colour safe would be the order of the day. You'll want a good cue ball also, but a little bit of insurance with the way the balls are sitting here would help.
Yellow ball.
So yellow onto the side cushion and a good cue ball.
Mark Selby, 12.
Firm favourite now that he's pushed that safe in this frame. Marco's looking at the possible plant.
Yeah, I was thinking about it before, but of course Mark had the loose red there, which he knocked in. I mean, this can be made. Problem he's got, of course, is even if he pots it, it needs a high value colour.
Well, he put all his eggs in one basket there. He tried a very difficult pot, and he's more or less gifted the frame to Mark.
Yeah, there's always the problem on it. The plant was no good because he just couldn't retain position. Even if he knocked it in, it was running down to the balk area, the cue ball. So once again, Mark Selby looking like he's going that frame ahead again, Dennis.
He was tapping the table there, trying to get the white to pull up, and it just about has to leave him a cut on the brown. This to make absolutely certain of the frame.
$5. $6.
So you would have to say at the moment that experience of being a former champion, just telling
12.
slightly here.
13.
But you know that Marco Fu will never give up. We've seen that in the clearance he had against Barry Hawkins. That was something very, very special, one of the best we've seen at the Crucible. Doesn't matter about the double. Marco signals to the referee. So Mark Selby is in the driving seat. He needs one more frame to get through to tomorrow's final. He leads 16-15.
Oh, what value experience for Mark Selby at this point. He's been in 2 previous finals. Is he making that count now, Steve?
It looks like he's timed his run to perfection this evening. He does look in good form, but it's still anybody's. You know, it's just a roll of the ball in the wrong direction. But he does look strong all of a sudden. Very, remarkable in as much as so much of the game looked really turgid stuff.
He's found something from somewhere.
Yeah, I question whether he was capable the way he'd been playing the first 2 or 3 sessions to find that extra gear, and he has done. And to be fair, Marco has as well. The last sort of hour or two of this match has been very, very high quality. But Mark Selby's proved why he's the world #1. I mean, it's just he's a fantastic match snooker player. He's battled through 3 sessions of playing poorly, being low in confidence, down in himself, and he's come out at the other end. You know, winning frames 1 visit, that long ready potted when he got out of position, he looks more probably relaxed now than he has at any point in the match.
Yeah, well, they don't call him the Brinkman for nothing, because he always seems to wait until the last minute. But again, he just finds something. But you must give praise to Marco Fuda, because he's shown admirable composure and he's kept his cue action very, very short and compact, and he looks very much in control of himself despite the pressure so far.
Yeah, and I think it is the fact that they've got close to the finishing line and their natural instincts have kicked in. You'd expect at some stage, if you've got to the semi-finals, you're playing very well. You don't get there by getting lucky. So therefore, at some stage, you were going to expect that they upped the pace. It was a worry that they were cancelling each other out, and that can sometimes happen. But the fact that Marco Fu had done so well to get through, a brilliant clearance against Barry Hawkins was just a marvellous effort.
Yeah,
under the severest of tests after the guys come back at him, shows he's cueing very well. So I think it's all set up very nicely. But it's not luck, but just the roll of a ball now.
It is, and you great champions have been in this situation late on Saturday night and Saturday afternoons, getting through to Crucible finals. Does it start to bring back all of those memories and those feelings for the two of you?
Oh yeah, I mean, you'd love to be out there just now. I mean, I know it's such a close match and the pressure's intense, but at the time you don't actually think, yeah, I'm loving this. But looking at it now, though, I mean, you'd love to be out there playing this. The atmosphere is fantastic here.
What do these guys need right now, more of anything?
Bit of bravery and just to keep in the moment.
32.
Here we go.
Marco Fu to break.
Marco Fu breaks off in what he hopes is not going to be his last frame in this year's Betfred World Championship. A little bit pacey with the break-off shot, but isn't it great to see those two players in the studio, eh? 7 times world champion, 6 times world champion. One dominated the game throughout the 80s, the other dominated throughout the 90s. I think they know what they're talking about.
Yes, Dennis, and sadly they knew what they were doing on the table as well. Been on the end of a few of them, and as you say, 2 fabulous champions. They know what this is all about. And all the way through this match, when Mark Selby's gone 1 frame ahead, he's been pegged back. Is Marco going to take us into a decider?
Well, we said before this evening's play that this had 17-16 written all over it. That still might be the case, but the standard has to be said. It's been superb in this session. They really have upped their game, both these players. And that confirms that 94%, 93%. Marco has got a chance here, although having said that, the black's tied up, the pink's tied up, but he's got an easy starter. If he can get up on the blue, he could then get into the pink and reds. Needs to keep going, needs to keep rolling. There's a couple of reds above the black that are available, so he doesn't have to go into the pink. That's what he's looking at there. But not easy to develop the black from the way they're sitting here.
No, he'd have to finish absolutely perfect on those two reds that are above the black. If he can finish on one of those, run through, and then just flick the red away from the black, that's how he could make the break go a bit further. I'm not so sure he can do it off that one. Ideally, he'd love to have been on the red that's higher up towards the bunch, run through and just flick that red away, but it's not on now.
He's got a clear path back for the blue again.
Seven.
He's coming up short this time. It's going to be straight by the looks of things. In fact, he's the wrong side of it. And that's going to make things very difficult as we show you. He's the wrong side of the blue line. He's immediately looking at a balk color, but nothing easy there.
There's a loose red on the right-hand side by the pack, which if he ran through the blue and he left a mid-range pot, he might be able to pot it and move the black out. He's just having a look at that now. So if he leaves the cue ball where his cue is, he could pot that and maybe play the cannon into the red and the black. That's the only hope I can think of to keep the break going.
Well, I think that's what he's playing, John. He's taking your advice. Can he execute this very difficult
12
pot and positional shot? Well, he put everything into the positional side there, because he didn't get close to the pot. It's a half chance for Mark Selby.
One.
I think the pink and black are still tied up. It all depends whether that red next to the black's available into the right corner. I'm looking at 3 or 4 shots ahead. There's 3 easy reds available, and look, that red is going to be available somewhere down the line, and if he pots that, he can get onto the black.
Yeah, he's got a couple of ways of going about this, hasn't he? Because the loose red below the black obviously is potable. And he takes that one away. If he got position on that, he could play off the top cushion and back, and then the black would pot. So he's got options here.
As I mentioned, he's got a couple of loose reds. There's still 4 reds available. Fascinating to see how he's going to go about this. I think it'll be red, back for the blue, and then leave that red that's almost touching the black. And that looks good to me. He may have to come off the top cushion with a little trace aside, but this is the key shot to freeing that black ball. How's the pace on it? If he's straight, he's perfect. That's pinged a little bit off the cushion, but I think he's... Yes.
16.
A little bit to the left would have been ideal.
Yeah, if he'd have been a touch shorter there, Dennis, he'd pot this, just played a little stun into the back of the pack, would have opened a few reds out, left himself on the black.
He's had a look at the pink, so if he doesn't fancy holding for the black there, he might be too close to it. He's looked to see if the pink's available, if he screws back off the cushion. Well, the pink won't go, so he'll have to be precise. Failing that, it'll have to be the blue he screws back for. He was a fraction away from being perfect. Oh, that's kicked.
Yeah.
That has kicked, and look where the cue ball's finished. He's Well, he slams the slit. That contact has ruined things.
Why does it always happen when you need it to happen the least? I mean, that is just ridiculous how that's kicked. And it's finished in no man's land. Even if you've got a shot on the blue to one of the corners, it's something. But where he's finished, I'm not so sure he can see the green either, can he?
He's got to compose himself again, because he was very unfortunate there. He knew that was a great chance to clinch this semi-final.
Well, he can see the green, Dennis. So round the angles for the loose red next to the black.
Now, has he composed himself enough? He's just checking to see if he pushes the cue through. But he's going to need his extension on this. This is a big shot he's taking on.
Green ball.
But he has been so positive in this session. Wow, what a result. So he had
Selby.
very bad luck with the kick, and I suppose he deserves a little bit of good luck. The fact that the green careered into the cue ball and kept it in a safe position, but boy, was that a costly, heavy contact. Meanwhile, Marco Fu still looks the same. His temperament's unbelievable. You'd think it was the opening frame in this year's World Championship for him. But what a test for this player from Hong Kong. Yeah, he's got to forget about that kick. So we're in for a little bout of safety and tactical play. Who's going to make the first mistake?
Just makes the safety shot a little bit more difficult where the red is on the right hand side. Gotta make sure you avoid the cannon on the way back. A good shot from Marco, that. Played it really nicely. Well done.
And that really has opened the frame up. The pink and black are now out in the open. There's, what, 4 reds in potable positions. A little triangle of reds are tied up near the pink spot. And he's looking at cutting this back into the left corner. There is a path back round the table, but if he doesn't catch it right, he can catch that red, the right side of the table, but he's taking this pot on. That is brilliant. How's the kiss on the blue? It's not bad. But John, that was a terrific red, wasn't it?
Fabulous pot. Absolutely fabulous. And he's come Around the table, cannon the blue, and he's straight on the pink. I think if he pots this and just leaves the cue ball more or less where it is, he should be all right to be on the red on the right-hand side. Just got to avoid, obviously the pink will go back on its spot, so just got to make sure he holds the position there. Oh, he's got a bit more angle than I thought. So he played the cannon. How's your luck?
Well, at first glance, it's not very good, and that expression tells you that he's been a bit unlucky there with the cannon.
7.
Couldn't have played it much better. But it's just ran awkward. It all adds to the tension here, the crucible. Could play that shot another 10 times, and 9 out of the 10 he dropped nicely on a red. Can he cut this back in? Because he'd finish on yellow, brown or blue, but it looks very thin to me, the one to the right. Surely not. No, he's looking just where he wants to place the cue ball, so yeah, he had another look at the cut. It's just too thin. Oh, what's he done here?
Foul.
Well, it's safe.
Mark
But
Selby,
I mean,
7. Marco Fu, 4.
that's amazing. That's the last thing we expected there, but
Quiet down, please.
everything perfectly safe, though.
Yeah, I don't blame him being a bit frustrated in his chair there. This frame's gone a couple of times a bit funny for Mark. Played the cannon there. You'd think for all money he'd be on a red. He's not. He's had the kick earlier in the break, running through. Finished in no man's land. And all you're really looking for in these situations, Dennis, is a really good chance, isn't it? And he just can't quite get on the balls like he wants.
Well, he's had a couple. He was very unlucky. Marco hasn't had a chance yet in this frame, a frame that he badly needs to keep himself in this year's World Championship. Is he looking at the back double here? Surely not.
Well, he's looking about sending it down the table and towards the reds, but you've got to be careful here.
Well, that's a good cue ball. He's opened some more reds up. Well, if you can see the one to the left of the black, it's a thin cut, and the white will be heading towards the pink. Just the safety. I don't blame him one little bit, but he's hit the blue. He's left one for the right corner, but the white's going to cannon into those two reds.
This is a very big shot. Knock it in. Could have a great chance. Miss it, and it could be your last shot in this year's World Championship. Good pot.
1.
Brave shot, and he wasn't sure what was going to happen to the cue ball, but he knew the pink and black were in a nice position, and he deserves to drop on the black here.
I'll tell you what, Dennis, this isn't a nice shot under circumstances. You've got to play this nearly dead weight. It's running away, this, from contacting the black. He wants to stay on the red, so he's got to play this very slowly. And no wonder he's shaking his head. It looks simple there, but if he plays this with any weight, he could lose the cue ball for the next red.
Where's the cue ball? He's going in the pocket, I think. No, not quite, but what he decided in the end there was to punch it in and cannon that red the left side of the table and mishit it. So he knew he didn't fancy just dropping it in dead weight. He's trying to use that red as a stopper to leave the one to the left of the pink there. That definitely was a nervy one. Quite understandable under the circumstances. Trying to get himself into his first ever Crucible final. He's looking at the potting angle, but can he avoid the reds on the way back? Another brilliant shot. What a punt.
Fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. Two brilliant long reds he's put in this frame already. Once again, can't quite get position. I mean, this is a fabulous pot. Unfortunately for Mark, your cue ball's come up a little short. Bounces another 6 inches and he's on the blue. Great chance, but where he is, very risky to take that blue on.
Well, he is calling on all his experience here.
Yellow ball.
And he's playing the snooker back in behind the blue.
Mark Selby 1.
He's potted some balls in this frame to be only 8 points ahead, hasn't he?
And this red will go close to the right corner pocket as he doubles it across the table. Played it well, but you can see the target. There's only the brown and blue there, yellow and green up this end of the table. So the target is to try and get in behind that blue and close to the cushion.
Safety shot off the side of the two reds near the green isn't a problem, but of course it's the red second one that he cannons. When that comes off, it's going to probably promote one of the reds on the right hand side, so he's going to avoid that. Couldn't do much with that one, just need to play the container safety. And excellent weight on the cue ball yet again. Brilliant.
Well, this Crucible crowd enjoying this tactical battle. We've seen some and quite a few frames won with one visit, but this is tense stuff now. These frames sometimes can be more exciting. A battle of nerves at the moment.
Slightly easier shot now, as you can see. Wonderful scenes of the Crucible. The red I mentioned before, he can play this now because he'll only be cannon into the green. So that shouldn't knock a red towards the corner.
Oh, it looks good. He's swinging it right around. Not quite hard enough. Well, there's a pot on for the right corner, but he's cannon into the green and reds. that really would be far too risky. I don't think he can pot the one near the yellow, so it's just a safety shot. Find the gap. Oh, can you believe it? He's potted the yellow, and it might be a free ball when the yellow comes back on its spot. No, not a free ball. But I'm sure Mark Selby will put him back in from where it's finished. Having a look around, but yeah, play it from there.
Funny thing is, Dennis, the spread that's 2 up from the cushion, if Marco clips that onto the green, there's a big target behind brown and blue here. Okay, that's asking a lot in circumstances, but there's a chance.
Well, he may be behind the brown.
I actually thought that was very risky to stick him back into back from there.
Well, he did look long and hard at it, Mark Selby, and thought, well, I don't fancy it, but now he wishes he had played the shot. Look where the cue ball's finished. He's just playing off the right side of this red as we look at it to leave the white up this end of the table. He's missed it. He's missed it altogether.
Foul. The miss.
Probably striking down on it. Got a little touch aside. But there's very little available to Mark Selby. He may have another go at the same shot. He's just trying to glance off the right side of the red as we look at it and trying to leave it up near the corner pocket here. Where we know he could definitely see that red. Might just put it up on the screen, have a quick look. Let's see, where was it?
Bang on, yeah? Was it? Or bang on the corner?
That's where it was before. Let's have a look now. Absolutely spot on.
Bang on, yeah? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, quite happy as Mark. Will he have one more go at this shot? Right, try number 2. Look how close he's got the cue to that blue. Better. That'll do.
Foul.
That'll do. The white's in the pocket.
Full.
He was hoping to get it in the jaws, but he'll settle for the white going in. I mean, if you were to try and go in off from that position, there's no way you could play it if you were playing a billiard shot.
Marco. Wow, this is a hard frame. There's been some play in this.
Hard, but fascinating. Too thick, much too thick. Well, it's not a sitter he's faced with, but it's a half chance, and I think he can avoid the cannon on the red that's near the cushion there.
Yeah, he's looks like a plain ball pot, doesn't it? Come up. Hopefully miss the pink on the way back. It's there. Just caught it.
He's just coming around to look if he dropped the pink in. Would that red be available? It would have been better without the kiss on the pink, that's for sure.
Yeah, without a choice of pink or black, wouldn't he? Just that nudge on it just made such a difference. Just seeing that if he drops the pink in, comes off the side cushion and leaves the cue ball where he was looking, that might be the only chance he's got at the red.
That was the best he could do. Has he gone far enough? No, he drops his head. That tells you that he's snookered when the pink is respotted.
7.
So things really hotting up at the Crucible. This frame not far away from getting to the half-hour stage. The last frame of this morning session, well, the longest frame ever played in the history of the Crucible, 76 minutes. And it's tense times in the Crucible now. This looks good.
Marco Fu, 7.
Good length. Well, Mark Selby has potted some fantastic balls in this frame. Now this one, he's looking at the cutting angle, but I mean, if he takes this on, he's going to cannon into the right one of the reds near the cushion, you would feel. So maybe this time it's not as straightforward if he takes the pot on. No, a safety shot, and did well to avoid the red on the left. He couldn't risk trying to pot that, but he's played a terrific safety shot.
Might get close to the pocket here. Goes across the face of this, playing the safety. Not quite, but worth a shot to nothing. A great cue ball again. Very high quality.
It's a very high quality, low scoring, tense frame. Big sigh. A few deep breaths needed. Same applies here. This will go close to the other corner pocket. It'll go. Oh. But look at the cue ball he's got this time. He's right in behind the blue. Fantastic shot. So twice across the table to try and land on the red to the left here. What a shot he's faced with here. He's got to pick the angles out and just nestle on that red. Somewhere near the lines would get him to that red. Can he judge it? It's coming a bit narrow. Well played.
Pushing ball.
Yeah, excellent shot, but I think it may be touching ball. Match time just goes past just the 12 hours, Dennis.
And the winner of this has got to come out tomorrow at 2 o'clock and contest the final against the Chinese sensation Ding Junhui.
That's a good shot, by the way. He's not played behind brown or blue there. He's played in a different area where he thinks it's more trouble. And he's right. If Marco's clipping this one, this needs good cueing and good eyes.
Well, the eyes have it, because that was a good shot he's played there. Although, having said that, Mark Selby has knocked in a few cracking long reds. This is a bit of a chance. And you'd think he'd finish on yellow, brown or blue if it goes in. It's there again. In this frame. All little thin safeties at the moment. Anything on the thick side and you're going to bring the reds into play.
Mark's just a little bit loath to play the one on the right hand side because of the green. Can clip the side of it, no problem, but just doesn't want to make sure he wants to avoid cannon in the green on the way back. That's the one that ideally like to play, so he's got to switch and go the other side. You've got to be a little bit more careful here. You don't promote the red to the corner. I'm not surprised he missed that, Dennis. He's trying to feather it, isn't
Marco full foot.
No free ball, so it will be replaced. Yeah, he doesn't mind missing it with the first attempt. Rather do that than hit it too thick.
Marco, thank you.
Where's the cue ball? Where is that white? It's okay. In fact, it's blocked the path down the left side, so Marco's going to have to come down the right side here. Any thick contact will promote the reds. That's why he's just rolling to it. The only problem with that shot, he could put himself in trouble, because every chance for Mark Selby to get twice across the table and in behind the blue and brown. Played it well if he's covered this red, but maybe it's come up a little short. Can he hit this thin enough to avoid the reds on the cushion?
Absolutely great shot. But he can't get into the reds anywhere. There's been some brilliant individual pots in this frame, Dennis, for very little reward.
Blue ball.
Marco through 1.
But the way the three reds are here, highly unlikely that he'd leave one on just off the side cushion, just nestling into them. Well, nail-biting time at the Crucible. Just coming up to 41 minutes. A frame that could keep Marco Fu in this year's World Championship. And at the moment, we've got a little bit of a stalemate, but how is this going to get resolved? In this sort of situation, you would make Mark Selby slightly favoured. He's so good at working out the angles and picking out something just that little bit more difficult. Like if he hits the cushion first, he can send the white over towards the green and black. Is that what he's got in mind? Just a thin one, but that's a great shot. Straight away, he's ended the stalemate.
Marco just got to make sure he doesn't cannon one of the two reds with this one. Yeah, that's why he went wide.
Well, look at this shot. Have a look at this little beauty.
Fabulous. Quality of match play in this frame. Absolutely superb.
Just 7 points the difference. How do you pick a winner in this frame? Advantage Marco Fu just at the moment.
Yeah, just round the back of the black and the green. Trying to get dead weight onto the two reds, but that's coming up shy, and he may have left the red in the middle pocket.
Foul, and miss. Marco Fu 4.
Well, Marco didn't even come around and have a look at it, but looking at the way that white came off the cushion, the angle might not be there because it's skidding a little bit. It might be a change of plan. I don't think he can get twice across the table, not the left side of the table as we look at it. He'd have to go twice across the right side of the table because the other shot that he tried wasn't on. And that's skidding a little bit as well. Look how far that's away. That's not Mark Selby, that's just the cushion skidding slightly. So it'll be a big readjustment. He's now 15 ahead, so these are valuable penalty points for Marco Fu.
Okay, Marco.
Can he readjust? That's nearer. But it's still, see, as it comes off the side cushion, it's taking a totally different angle. So he's going to have to readjust again, simply because it's skidding slightly. Looking at the way it's skidding, he's going to have to get even closer to the yellow, somewhere like that, to get to the reds. Now, will it skid this time? It has. He's in big trouble here.
Foul and a miss. Marco Fu 4.
He's now 23 points behind.
Marco.
He's now looking back at the first shot he played on the back of the black and green, but I'm with you, Dennis, I'm not sure that's on.
Well, he might just have to play for the red that's near the pink because the white is skidding off the cushion, and that's what he's doing this time. He didn't want to risk that shot, but he's played it well, because the other shot, it was just the cushions that were skidding slightly. But it's definitely advantage Marco Fu now.
I suppose he could play the last shot he played, Mark, on that loose red, because he knew at least there wasn't going to be a clearance. The way those two reds are on the top cushion, no black on the spot. I mean, mission impossible to clear up.
Not one coloured ball on its spot. Pretty good. or if he had missed the pink, he was heading in behind the green and black there. See, Marco doesn't want to be promoting any of the colours. That blue that's next to the red is in a good position for him, having that 23-point advantage. The green's a little bit awkward near the black.
He can play thin on the red if he wants and just clip it towards the blue. I've decided to play down, top cushion, side cushion. That'll do as well. Good shot.
Coming up to 49 minutes in this fascinating frame. A frame that will get Mark Selby into tomorrow's final. Well, he jumped up there. He thought that white drifted slightly. Now I'm wondering if Mark can play the snooker in behind the black this time. Little thin one. You see, I think that's his intention. A little thin one, and possibly get the snooker just past the middle pocket with the cue ball here. Has he gone a little too far? Just a fraction.
And slowly but surely, the reds are now starting to go into more potable positions. 5 minutes or so ago, they were all jammed on the top cushion. You couldn't pot any of them. But gradually, with the safety play, they're now becoming available. So one mistake could be very costly.
Well, look at this shot. Have a look at this shot. Marco's played one. Now Mark Selby's played one to get the snooker in behind the brown. And as John mentioned, now that the reds are slightly open, it's even more difficult to land on one. And we've seen Mark struggling with the cushions skidding a little bit, John.
Yeah. I mean, ordinarily you'd look at the side cushion into the red at the back, you know, off the left-hand side cushion to the right and then over. But as you say, Dennis, the way they're sliding, you're more likely to hit the red that's near the pink.
That's very risky. He's going twice across. I mean, if he come off that side cushion, he could quite easily promote a red. But can he judge the cushions correctly?
Yeah, it's not the first cushion I'm worried about. It's the second one. How's it going to throw?
Well, here it comes. And that has skid off a little.
Mark Selby 4.
So Mark give away a few penalty points. He might get a few back here. So can he make the readjustment that is needed? Try number 2. No, it's gone again. This time he might leave the red. That's near the pink. Can he cut this in?
Mark Selby.
There's not many colours available if he can cut it in. But if he could head up to the balk area, he could gain a big advantage here. Can he hold this? He can. And now the chance is there. 1. The black will pot.
Yeah, that was really well played. Put a little bit of check side on that just to hold the cue ball. Knew the black was there. Now, not behind the spot, surely.
We'll find out shortly. He might be, as he left it short.
8.
Well, he has. Look at that. Another
Quiet
couple
down,
of
please.
inches.
Thank you.
Marco looking up at the monitor. And this is a tough cut he's faced with now. He'll be playing it as a shot to nothing. The white will go way up the other end of the table. It's there. And he's on the brown.
9.
Well, I say he's on the brown, but what a shot he's got to play here to get on that last red. He's looked at the yellow. It's too thin. He snookered himself with the black the last time. Can he get on that red this time?
Good news with this shot, he's got a little bit of a margin for error. Anywhere near the corner pocket should be fine.
This is brilliant, John. This is a brilliant positional shot he's played. But still, an awful lot to be done.
Yep. He's a long way from being out of the woods here. This will be some clearance. Green's not great.
Taking his time. He knows the importance of this visit. He's looking to see if he could promote the green.
I was going to say, Dennis, I think there'd be if the pink wasn't where it was, it'd be the first shot he'd be playing there. I think he'd just be playing side cushion, try and flick the green back into play for the clearance. But is that pink in the way?
It was. That's why he
40.
elected to just play on the brown. I think that green will pot into the middle if he gets that far.
I think it's potable, all right, but he can't do much with the cue ball.
Well, he looks to be almost straight on this yellow. He needs the yellow, the green, the brown and the blue to get himself in to tomorrow's final.
The way he's looking there, is he trying to play the yellow and screw back and maybe move the green off the cushion? Has he got that angle to come back and move it?
Needs reverse side if that's the shot he's attempting. And he is. Has he got the reverse side? He sure has. But he's not the correct side. As we show you that reverse side to develop the green, but he's the wrong side to get on the brown because he's got to get onto that difficult blue. Oh, if he powers this around the angles, the green could jump out of the pocket. We've seen a blue jump out yesterday. If he rolls the green in, it's a very difficult brown he's faced with. Well, tense times for Vicky, his wife there, and his friends.
I just don't see how he can make the clearance here, Dennis. I really don't. He's got virtually no angle on the green. If he leaves the white there where he is, you wouldn't risk playing the brown dead weight. I just don't know how he's going to get on the blue.
He's gone for the power shot. He's hit the black. There's no value
23.
in potting the brown now. He might play it on the thin side, not to take the pot on and get back up behind pink or black. And that's what he's done. Is he behind the pink?
Mark
It's
Selby,
close.
23.
Another brilliant shot from Mark Selby. Well, this is tough because if he just nestles on the brown, he's going to put himself in trouble. He's missed it, and he's going to hit the blue, and he's going to... Oh,
Foul.
I thought he was going to stick the brown.
Mark
If he hit
Selby,
the blue
foul.
full ball, he would have stuck the brown on. He's having it put back because he still needs the brown and blue.
Had the option there, of course, of could have played the brown, screwed in behind the blue, snookered Marco, but he's thinking maybe this is that difficult. Even if he hits it, he's going to leave me a chance to get the snooker.
This way, is it? Yeah, I'm going to put it up, please. I'm going to put it up.
Everybody looking at the monitor to see where it was.
The blue.
Let's have a look where it was. That's where it was before. And that's spot on. Well, what does he do here, John? Does he try and land on it dead weight again, or does this time he just play to hit it and hopefully knock it safe?
Okay.
Yep.
Come on.
Neither choice is particularly appealing, is it? Because, as you say, he's going to need a little bit of luck either way. Not hitting it, I'm pretty sure he'll do that, but what is he going to leave?
Foul and a miss. Mark Selby, 4.
This would be a terrible way to go out of this year's Betfred World Championship. 17 behind now.
Oh, sorry. Do we put it up again?
It's been over an hour. This frame, there's been some unbelievable safety and tactical play in it, but it's all about the misrule.
Well, in fairness, Dennis, it's not particularly hard snooker to hit, is it? It's not necessarily all about that. It's just that you'd expect Marco, somebody of his quality, to hit it within the first 2 goes.
Now, will he this time try and hit the brown and just hope that he gets it safe, or is he trying to land on it again? As I say, the cushions seem to have been skidding a little bit. And now...
Foul and a miss.
It's a must hit.
Mark Selby 4.
Because if he doesn't hit it this time, he needs a snooker. 21 the difference. It's a must hit situation.
Yeah. Mark, thank you.
He's hit it, but where is he going to send it to?
You know what, that's about the best he could have got out of that. When it's finished, it's not absolutely guaranteed to get a snooker. That is really just about the best he could have got.
Yeah, it's a delicate little flick that he needs to get the snooker behind the blue. But he's got it. Now there's just one shot that might be on for Marco. If he comes off the left side cushion, he could get the snooker in behind the blue. This is a chance. Has he judged it? Oh, he's
Foul.
hit
Mark
the
Selby
blue,
5.
but that was a chance, John, to get the snooker back.
Oh, that is unbelievable what he's done there. He just didn't have enough pace on it. He definitely had the chance to do what you said, Dennis. And you see the cue ball there, just sneaks past the brown and hits the blue.
Well, 26 points the difference. He needs one snooker to tie. It's looking good for Mark Selby now. And that could be Mark Selby. Chance that he's been waiting for. Marco Fu has had an unbelievable World Championship.
And what a frame of snooker this has been. One good straight piece of cueing. It's there.
4.
Well, Marco Fu, you've played unbelievably well. Trying to get into his first ever Crucible final.
Mark Selby 4.
.30 points the difference, and the blues going over the corner pocket. It might be a handshake here. Well, Marco will wait until Mark Selby knocks the blue in. It's been a fabulous semi-final. It's been a fantastic session, John. This final session's been superb.
Two wonderful players and a fabulous tactical frame to finish the match. And what a player and what a competitor Mark Selby is. Marco Fu's been brilliant in this, but Selby's just ground out a victory again.
11.
As I mentioned, it's been a superb semi-final. Smiles all round from both players. But in the end, Mark Selby's experience seemed to tell, and he has got himself into his second final in 3 years. The world #1 will contest the final against Ding Junhui. Fabulous semi-final. The world #1 is there.
Yes, world #1 indeed. Mark Selby on his way to the studio, and he's through into what will be a career third Crucible final here. As Dennis says, he's second in 3 years. And when he needed to be good, he came good.
He did, and I think that's what we come to expect from Mark Selby. What a brilliant shot maker he is. And in that last frame, he was absolutely superb. It wasn't the type of frame that he was going to win in one visit. He potted so many great balls. The tactics was amazing. The safety from both players was astonishing. But Mark Selby, as hard as nails.
Absolutely. You have to feel a little bit for Marco Fu, because this is his second semi-final. It was 17-16. He lost to Peter Ebden 10 years ago, and he's come so close here once again.
He gave everything, and it was just a fantastic match. I mean, it just built and built and built.
It did, and here he is.
Congratulations.
The Brinkman does it again, Mark. You've done it. You really ground that out there. Fantastic, wonderful frame to actually clinch it. But how have you produced that towards the end?
I don't know. I mean, I just said to Stephen there, the last session is probably the best I played in that match, even though it wasn't pretty for the majority of the match. But I just my usual self. I mean, just hung in there and just kept clinging on to Marco, really, because he was the one making all the big breaks. And every time I got in and had my chances, I felt as if I was sort of either playing the wrong shot or just making it hard work for myself and losing the white quite a lot.
How tough were you finding it earlier on, particularly in this match? Because it seemed to be that 2, 3, 4 chances you were giving one another early on.
Yeah, I mean, normally, like, my safety is one of my strengths, and anything where I was catching it, needed to catch it like really thin, I was catching it half ball and leaving Marco banging. And obviously, he's one of the best scorers in the game, and you want to try and leave him long if possible, and try and make him work for his chances. And I wasn't doing that.
It seemed like in that last frame you just couldn't get on a ball, could you? Things were going wrong. You got that big kick when it just left you nowhere, and then just to put the extension on your green. Potted some great reds off the bottom cushion and couldn't get on a ball.
No, that's right. I mean, everything just seemed to be going wrong. I thought it was just probably wasn't meant to be. I mean, I potted it a blue to get on the red near the black to try and free the black, and I've landed dead straight. If I land an angle, I'm on it, and then, like you say, I've got the kick, and then I'm chasing the break again.
And also quite a lot of difficulty getting out of snookers, judging the slide off the cushions for both players.
Yeah, I mean, especially in that last frame there, I thought the shot was on, and then the more I played it, I got closer to the yellow, and it just seemed to be like pinging off one cushion, sliding off the other, and then I think Marco had the same situation a few shots later.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there was a great safety battle, particularly a couple of great shots to get behind the brown there. But looking further ahead, you've done it. You're there once again, and you're going to be playing Ding Junhui. Now, it's 10 wins apiece. There's really not much between you at all over the years, Mark. You haven't played him in one of the big matches for 3 years, and he has been knocking in centuries for fun. How are you going to cope with that tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely need to up my game. I definitely need to score better when I'm in. I mean, overall, I've probably played 3 or 4 good sessions in the tournament, and all the other sessions have just been like digging them out. So I've watched Ding. I watched the semi-final. It was a great semi-final between Ding and Allen, and yeah, it's going to be tough. But I mean, I'm just happy to be in the final the way I played, really.
But the different thing is that you're playing against Marco, very sort of a considered player, but with Ding being quite a machine-like player around the table, it could be, as you know, different players and what happens when they interact. It could be to your benefit that you've got a fast scorer as well.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, I know I need to score. I can't just go out there and try and just scrap frames out, because, I mean, Ding's proved in the semi-final in this tournament that he's a great break builder, and it's going to be a tough game.
Experience counts for an awful lot. How much do you think it will help you going into your 3rd final here? Ding, of course, has never been there before. It's all new experience for him.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I suppose a little bit, but I mean, even that session now, it's probably the best I felt in the last session. I mean, the other sessions against Marco, I felt really nervy and twitchy, and I think it showed in my performance. And then when the question was asked, and like when it got to the nitty-gritty, it's probably the most relaxed I felt. It's strange.
There's plenty of people that have been to the Crucible final and won it, and won World Championship. It would mean a lot to win the second, become a multiple champion.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, just to win it once was my dream, and a lot of people have said to me, if you win it again and be a double world champion, then it's something special. But who knows? I'm in the final, I've got the chance, so we'll have to see.
And I tell you what's also special, Leicester City. It's a big day for them potentially tomorrow. In fact, you're really carrying the fortunes and indeed the hopes of the whole town, the whole city.
Yeah, there is that. I mean, Leicester look as though they've more or less won the league. Even before we came here, it was probably theirs to lose, where I had a lot of hard work to do coming here in the tournament. But as you say, I've won 4 matches and just 1 game away.
And the Foxes shirt, was there going to be any suggestion that you might be able to sport it at some point, maybe after the final, if it goes your way?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, I've done an interview this week, and they were saying Gary Lineker was going to do the presenting of Match of the Day in his boxer shorts if Leicester won the league. So they asked me, and I thought, it's probably not a good sign walking out there in my pants.
We'll take a rain check on that. You've got 2 hard days in front of you, Mark, but congratulations, you've done it, you're there, and you can only be in the final to win it, so good luck tomorrow against Ding Junhui. It's been an absolutely brilliant day of semi-final action. We've seen Ding Junhui make 7 centuries to get into his first final. We've seen this man graft his way once again into a 3rd final and a 2nd in 3 years. Can the Englishman win it again, or will the man from China win it at last? Join us at 2 o'clock tomorrow to find out.